Welcome in, folks. Welcome in, and thank you for being here. We're getting ready to play some Mouse Guard on. What's going on, my friend?
Hello, everyone. I'm the last Untitled, your favorite robot American, and welcome to Mouse Guard: The Frontier. I am super psyched to be here. You guys can catch us every other Wednesday doing this at this time. I'm going to leave this right now for you guys to do your intros. We'll get into the campaign a little bit. I'll do my little recap as to what's happened. Give me your intros, and then afterward, see if you can recap what happened last week. And what if you guys do, I'll give you guys either Persona or Fate as you would like.
Well, I don't know if these audio issues are translating. I hope I'm not having audio issues again. I hope it's just the Discord bot being fucky. I'm Derek. You guys know me. I don't really have much to introduce. I'm just excited to play some Mouse Guard. I'm playing Dukan Diamondback. He's a weasel. And kind of a bastard, but you know me. Thanks for being here. I love you.
Yeah, buddy. There's Dukan Diamondback. Red, what about you? Introduce yourself, Chief.
Hello, I'm Red. I'm one of 3 primary color in existent. I do a lot of things on Twitter. I'm a writer. I'm a game maker. I'm an artist. I'm Irish, and yeah, I play Giles, Giles the Aloof, or Giles of Wolfram, as he refers to himself, and many people refer to him as. But other than that, I wrote a book. I'm writing other things. So yeah, check me out on Twitter at VA Redemption. Big love, appreciate it. Follows free. Buying my book is $2.99.
Go buy his
Dark
book.
Fantasy Adventure. It's a good
Buy
book.
his book.
I'm biased, but it is a good book.
I've read a little bit of it. I don't have a lot of time, but what little bit I read, I'm like, go buy his book.
And,
Next page.
That was a hard not thumbs down, by the way. Just in case I was giving you a thumbs down.
Fuck your book, Red. No, please, God, somebody leave a review. I have 0 reviews on Amazon of 14 purchases, please.
Oh shit.
I beg you.
All right. So, you guys also can catch me working on Legacy. I'll be doing that later this week. So if anyone's interested in seeing either tomorrow, Thursday for the Breakfast Club, I'll be on at 10:30 a.m. EST, and Saturday I'll be on 10:30 a.m. EST with the Stellar Forge, where I do pure world building. So keep an eye out for that. But today we are here for other, more immediate concerns, more fantasy and skittery sort of things. Mouse Guard. So, what happened last week on Mouse Guard: The Frontier? Take it away, either of you two. I'll let you choose. Again, particularly picky.
I tried to fight the wind.
And you lost.
I did not win.
I fought the wind, and the wind won.
And the wind won. Yeah.
You did get Super Mario 64 by, like, the wall. Like, you got flopped pretty hard.
Derek attempted to break wind.
I did kill a squirrel.
You did.
And
You
I
did.
wove a bunch of baskets because Natalie made it rain in the first episode. So it started really raining, and when you're tiny, rain is really scary because it scales. It doesn't scale, is what I should say. It doesn't scale. Yeah, so we had to like get ready for stuff. That's what I did.
Yeah.
Red can say what he did.
I did many a thing. Mostly succeeding on every single one of my rolls.
Red
You did, Red
wins.
won. Yeah.
Red ones, hashtag red ones. But yeah, Giles showed up after he realized that there is a storm a-brewing, and he's like, okay, I should probably go help the caravan because storms are big, serious business. So he decided to head there. He saw this massive gap, hocked down a bunch of trees, made a trail for it before he went to them, assisted them, gave orders, trying to get everybody organized because it was kind of a frantic mess. And then he was asked to help tie knots down. He's not a very good knotsman, as it were, but he did what he could, and he also led the charge against flying splinters of wood.
You did. You 100% trunked like a bunch of splinters, and it was kind of awesome. Yeah, I'd say that's a good recap from both. I'll give you both your choice of either Fate or Persona.
Oh, nice.
It'll go up to your max, but if you are filled up on both, I'll let you exceed it by one for today.
Do we restore them from the last session?
No, you don't.
Okay,
Actually,
then.
these
I'm putting that
persist.
straight into Fate.
So what
Yep.
can I have here? I can have Fate or Persona.
Correct. Your choice.
I'll have 2 Fate then.
So, to give everyone the full recap as to what's been going on in Mouseguard, the Frontier. Mouseguard, the Frontier takes place about 20 years after the last of the Mouseguard comics, which are fantastic. It is a Mouseguard I guess this would be Mark 1, I guess first edition rules. And at this time, the Mouse territories have swollen with large numbers of mice to the point where their land, their infrastructure, their societies just can't bear the weight, and they're worried about attracting predators from the sheer amount of people. So, in a last-minute attempt to sort of help with this problem, Gwendolyn, matriarch of the Mouse Guard, announced a grand Mouse Guard expedition to go off into the wilds, over the ocean, through the wilderness to a new territory, to establish it so that mice can move there and they can begin a second civilization. She has stepped down, appointed a matriarch in her stead to rule over the original Mouse territories while she leads the expedition with a number of crazy folks willing to go this like insane distance. And that's everyone in the party. Like plus an additional like almost 200 mice and weasels and hedgehogs. So first session was just them sort of getting there. They all joined up with the caravan and head out. Second session, yes, Red alluded to it. Natalie's character, like many mice in the Mouse Guard, are weather watchers. And in this system, weather watching is less, oh, I see the weather and I can find out what's coming in advance. It's more like, depending on your role, determines what weather happens. And she rolled badly and chose for it to be rainy because I don't think she realized it at the time, and we just sort of ran with it because it was funny. And so, yeah, a pretty significant near typhoon kind of hit, some out of climate like spring weather, and yeah, they had to survive that. This expedition comprised of tortoises and walking wooden ships across land, and it got pretty heated. As I recall, it was there was rain, chasms, flash floods, lightning, and then a tornado touched down nearby.
Yeah.
And
Good
you all
times.
literally survived all of it. Derek, you did fail a roll, but you lived. You were
But I
injured.
lived!
You did. You took the injured condition. You guys got to town and you healed in the second phase of the game, the player's turn, as it were. So hey, Maris, nice to see you. Same thing with you, everyone else who's in chat.
Hello.
So we are going to start it off then. I figure I'll let everyone know that we are awaiting Sienna's arrival. So give her a little time. She's going to show up late.
She is still in a meeting. I misinterpreted what she said earlier, so it is going to be a while.
Yeah, and it happens. Life happens, people.
Yeah. Got one of these a month, and it's always on a Wednesday. Gee dang it.
That's how it goes, Chief. That's how it goes.
Could have been on a Dark Heresy night.
That's how it is, man. I'm looking forward to the next one for sure.
Just teased. I am though too, dude. I'm super hyped. Shit's about to go fucking super crazy in that. Oh my god.
Dukan is not injured at the moment.
Yeah,
So
I healed. Yeah.
he did heal. He went to a member of the expedition, and they were willing to heal them up. So yeah, again, your ribs are still gonna hurt, Dukan, but at least you have medication for it. So. But thank you, Vaughn. I will hold on to that heal. I'll hold on to that clear condition for later in the session because I don't want anyone's points to go to waste. So then, let's start off at the beginning of the session if you folks are ready to go.
Ready?
So, it's been about a day since the last session took place. So, I guess it's 2 days later. It's not the next day, it's the day after that. The caravan has been docked at Spruce Tuck, which is a relatively, Okay, it is a very busy. Sorry, not Spruce Tuck. It's been a morning, my friend. Why isn't this loading? Pardon me. I seem to be having a difficult time getting this to work today.
I think
as
the entire
always.
world's internet is struggling right now. That'd be the only
Yeah,
response.
clearly.
Why else would it be
My bad.
happening to you and me? You know? And
I
I was
mean,
having
I
problems earlier too. It's everybody.
My bad. It's that Irish juju.
Oh.
There we go. Port Sumac. So, let's go over to the map of the territories. So, at the moment, the expedition is currently parked in the north, I guess just the sort of the northeastern region of Port Sumac, one of the largest territories within the region. It is the largest port, I will say, that the Mouse territories have, and a place that is ruled by committee by many different captains who sort of act like barons of this region. The entirety of the Mouse caravan is currently at port here. They are getting ready to head out into the water portion of their great journey. So at the moment, the tortoises sort of were put up for the night. So here comes the next question. You've been getting steadily supplied over the past couple of days. Everything's been getting loaded up. Giles, your great effort and blackmail of the Lord Captain of the of Port Sumac has paid dividends, and they have in fact given extra resources, including full plate armor, about 10 sets, which is a lot for Port Sumac, to the Mouse expedition over the past couple of days. So I'm willing to allocate to you one of those sets to use at your discretion. So you have access to heavy armor if you so choose to use it. So we're going to say it's about like 7 a.m. at the moment. Port Sumac's just starting to wake up. What's your sleeping accommodations, you two? Did you sleep with the caravan or did you sleep elsewhere in town?
I was about to say I sleep with my comrades, but I don't know if that's out of context. With them, he'd probably get, with his exploitations trade offer, I receive fucking everything in the city. You receive me not beating the shit out of you with allegations. So basically what ended up happening was he got nice accommodations for everybody, and probably slept in things similar to like high-ranking inns, like suites type things.
That sounds fair. Yeah, I think it's not unreasonable for the Lord Captain to have offered you and your comrades, I think probably one of the nicer inns within Port Sumac. And Port Sumac has a lot of nice inns, because Port Sumac has two layers. There's the dock, so where the really crappy inns are, where they're not really inns, they're kind of just boat houses that happen to have like moldy cots in them. And then there's the upper city, which is actually it's, still like slapped together from the hulls of old boats and stuff, but it's relatively nicer. It's like the nicer parts of Lake Town from The Hobbit. The ones that aren't literally drowning all the time. So they would have set you up in like a nice one. Like, let's say it's this one that was like made out of what appears to be what was left of like an old oaken ship of like the classical sailing variety, like the galleon kind, or the closest thing that the mice have. Flipped on its side, sawn in half at the bottom, so it's more like a 3-story thing. You guys got the topmost like suite, which is big. It's big enough for all of you. It's really like for passing, I don't want to say royalty, but like mayors and barons, lords of other mouse settlements. And basically it was like you can have this suite, just don't bother us kind of a deal. This is sort of like your last hurrah. You're welcome to use it until you leave, then don't come back. So yeah, it's a beautiful place. The interior is
bro. Throw the TV out the window.
Yeah. Just fucking throw a baseball through the drywall. Yeah, just fucking, I'm all ready to go.
Set it on fire, soak all linens with like the darkest wine you could find.
Leave all my dirty laundry behind the door in the bathroom.
Yeah, exactly.
You need that.
The interior is
I
beautiful.
brought it just
by
to
the way.
fuck with them.
You have like a poster bed in there, one of the actual like king size poster bed with wooden dowels holding up like a nice curtain on the outside. But the whole thing has literally so many cushions. You could easily have your entire crew sleep on the floor, and they would be more comfortable than they've probably been in months.
Okay, well we need firewood for the trip, right?
Certainly wouldn't hurt to have a little bit with you if you'd like.
Okay, I'm gonna call my mates in the room in the morning, and we're gonna chop the fuck out of the bed posters and like take everything with us.
Okay, that's very fair.
And the sheets.
Nice sheets, dude. Can't let those go to waste.
This is medieval times, right? So basically, I'll just ransom them back to them for a price they could never afford and leave.
Yeah, no, this is basically an Iron Age society. Yeah, so. So are you actually doing this? Like,
yes. What the fuck gave you the impression I wouldn't?
That's fair. You know what? That's very fair. So let's see. So I'm just gonna quickly. Did we ever find out the name of your companion?
Yes, Arabelle.
Arabelle.
His keeper, as it were, the one that keeps track of everybody and everything. Oh, also, I'm gonna make sure to go to the captain's office in the morning just to harass him some more.
That's very fair. All right, so Arabelle and your crew, did you have them sleep in this large chamber as well with you guys? Because that's the case.
He's gonna have them all sleep in the same room just in case somebody tries to screw with them, and they wake up and they just find 11 different mice with armed to the teeth.
Yeah. No, that's a very good call. You get the very distinct feeling from your last interaction with the captain that, if you were to suddenly have gone missing, fallen down off the cliff onto some daggers, I don't think anyone would have looked into it particularly much. So, yeah, sleeping in a group is probably a smart idea.
Could you imagine an assassin sneaking into the room and just seeing 13 mice just all over the place, just being like...
It's literally the ninja scene from Speed Racer. Just like a ninja, more like a nanja. It's just not going to be. Yeah. So you wake up and nothing's, everything's pretty comfortable. You rally your crew, and they all grab their swords, which they kept with them because again, you don't want to have those stolen during the middle of the night. And yeah, they proceed to start hacking up the bed frame. They take the sheets off first because those are valuable. And destroying the sheets is unnecessary because that's good linen that can be repurposed or sold.
Linen's good for bandages.
Yeah, exactly. Or sail repairs, stuff like that. Patches,
wearing
satchels. There's a million good use for a sturdy cotton cloth. And these are pretty nice sheets. These are actually well sewn, likely sewn by an artisan in another city.
Mine now.
I will say, while when you're leaving the inn with these ill-gotten gains, the matron of the inn runs over, just head in her paws, looking as your crew is carrying out splintered timber that was obviously the bed frame, and the claw just "Oi, what are you doing? That was the king's suite. What are you doing with the king's suite?
Oh,
Why is it
scrubbing airs for the road. Thank you for your hospitality. I appreciate it.
I hope you're going to pay for that.
No, he'd start walking off.
I'm going to put this on the bill for whoever was holding this bill for this room for the night. I hope you're aware.
The captain. Nod. Keep walking.
As you leave the door, you can hear a scream, "Captain's gonna hear about this!" And one of your, next to you, Arabelle just sort of leans over. "Oh, I'm sure he's going to hear about this."
Oh, don't worry, lassie. We're going to pay him a visit today. You think I'd leave the port without harassing him one more time? You're out of your mind.
And then just sort of get, elicits a cheer out of your squad behind you. As you all start, going off for the day. So what are your plans before you leave port? Because they are going to be leaving this place. Usually, they'll probably head out after, probably after a breakfast before you start hitting midday because you want to be traveling well before then.
Oh, sure.
So you have maybe 2 to 3 hours, and you probably would want to check in with Gwendolyn, the matriarch, before the expedition heads out, just in case anything needs to be, done.
he's going to arrange for Arabelle to meet with Gwendolyn and take everybody down and get first dibs on the nicest cabins on the ship. And because he's an early riser, he's probably up at about 5 a.m. And he's going to have them go down, get the nicest rooms, secure the nicest room for him, and then he's going to go to the captain's office to harass him by himself.
All right, very fair. So you start heading down towards the port area, and even from this great distance, you're starting to see the signs of the vessels that'll be carrying you. First off, you immediately recognize the distinctive silhouette of the Invicta in the distance. Actually now in the water for the first time you've seen it.
Nice.
It's actually traded its legs for, instead of its weird sort of Jensen linkage legs, instead it's swapped out for these large water screw pontoons. And you can see the crew sort of like on board, scrambling around, directing, like, screw that in. No, batten that hatch down. See if that screw is running. Okay, now the other one. Like, so they're getting ready to start launching within the next couple of hours.
Hoist up that thing. Batten down that what's it.
Pretty much. Insert nautical terms I'm unfamiliar with. But a captain would be.
I know a lot of nautical terms.
I used to, and then I stopped, like, wind sailing for 15 years. So I need to do more of that. One day.
I will correct you inherently.
Please do.
Hard to starboard. That's a term.
Now, the other thing you noticed is, yes, it is. That's hard to the right. I do know that.
Hard to starboard.
The other thing you notice in the port is these ships that seem to have sprung up out of nowhere. The Invicta is the most obvious warship, and in fact, the warship. It must be said, mice don't usually have bespoke boats. Under most circumstances, the mice in the territories will just improvise them, using leaves and twigs to just make canoes or rowboats as they need. Most of the waterways aren't particularly big, so you don't need a large ship of the line. The Invicta is a freak of nature as a result, or at least a freak of mouse engineering, in terms of being an actual bespoke hard ship, the sort that are usually seen at ports like this going to sea. It just happened to go on land. But you're starting to see a lot more of these larger barges appearing as well. I will share that image with you guys.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but larger barges.
Larger barges everywhere.
Larger.
80% of this campaign is going to be just us, like,
talking in
back and
character
forth
for
and
NPCs that are having little side conversations.
Ahoy, me hearty.
I got like an energy spike because I went to the gym today, so I'm like.
No, dude,
Way up
you're
here.
cool. Also, sup, AZ, good to see you, Chief. Nautical, more like nautical. I love that one. So you see a large number of these barges being assembled out in the water, and for the most part, they're pretty straightforward. It's literally just a bunch of wooden planks laid down layer over layer, 2 pontoons on each side, a pair of sails pulled, and the whole thing is basically just a river barge, but modified to be the size and scale necessary to carry one of the massive tortoises that you've been riding. There's 20 of these things in the bay. It is pretty much like choked at this point with vessels. And this is a place that's like meant to be a port, but this is a larger fleet of ships, and the size of which the Mouse territories have not seen. And probably, I would be willing to say, a couple generations. So, like, traffic has effectively stopped for the day, because they simply can't get into ports. Because there's 20 of these large barges, larger barges, everywhere. So you can see a number of the tortoises are starting to slowly get on board each one at a time and get lashed in, made more comfortable on like beds of reeds and stuff. So when they don't want to stand, they can relax and rest for the first time in probably months. Thank you, by the way, Derek. I appreciate it. I'm glad you like it.
Dude, having fucking like artists run games for you is the coolest thing ever. Like, you've done it, and like Andy's done it, and like I'm sure Red's gonna do it too now that he's like doing more art and stuff, like, god damn it, it's so fucking cool, because you're like, and this is what I actually mean, and it's just like, oh, well, there's like a clear indication that looks fantastic of like what he's talking about. I don't know, I have a lot of admiration for it. It's fucking awesome.
I appreciate it, man, and I agree with Bond and your maps. Your maps are freaking amazing. Love all around, Chief. Yeah, so, speak of, I will quickly say, so while you're looking, Giles, you and your crew are probably assigned to one of these tortoises. And each one of these tortoises has probably about like 20 mice working on them, give or take. So anywhere from 10 to 15 mice, depending on the individual. So you might even have one that's just for you guys, because of the sheer number of mice you've got. So your accommodations would be sleeping on the turtle. There is a little like hut on each barge at the very back. It literally looks like a shack. Like, this is as close to I guess you would call it like a captain's, like a captain's ready room as you're gonna get our captain's quarters. And it's really more of like a map room, just to make sure that you're traveling properly. There is a space for like a couple hammocks. Like, you could even put a bed in there if you really want. But it's not like, it's on a dinghy, it's basically on like a dingy barge. This thing is not particularly far from the water, and you can tell from like every surface of this thing is covered in water, is wet. You've seen that the artisans have had to literally scrape texture in wood to keep them sliding everywhere when you stand on the deck. And even then, it's already, even though it's less than a couple of weeks since these things were probably crafted the first time, already starting to get overgrown with algae. So, like, it's gonna be slippery. Mice are gonna be flopping everywhere.
Hell yeah.
But if you want the
He
best
says, "Hell
accommodation,
yeah."
if you want the best accommodations, it's either gonna be on the top of the tortoise, underneath where that torch is. There's like an area of about 5 or so hammocks that can be hung up there, so they can stay dry and warm. That are kind of made to be like rotated out, so you can have an amount of wake crew at all times to keep the turtle like guarded properly. After all, want to keep these things safe. Or it would be the captain's room, and you just have to tolerate it being a little moist in there. So your choice on the accommodations.
Said the word, people.
Yeah.
The word.
At least I didn't say gusset. That's a pretty foul word too. That word just doesn't gel with anything.
You said the M word.
Yeah.
What's a gusset again?
I wish I knew. I just know the word sounds gross.
Is that like a female goose? No, that's a gander.
No, a gander's a group of geese, isn't it?
It's a piece of material sewn into a garment to strengthen or enlarge in a part of it.
Well, what's a female
Such as
goose?
A goose?
I guess.
Like, I'm sure there's a term for it. Everyone out in the chat, that's your homework right now.
Well, when a
That's your
goose
homework.
comes in and starts killing everybody on the expedition, I want to know if it's a male or a female, and if it's a female, I want to know how to properly address it before it
A female goose is sometimes called a dame.
Ooh.
Are you actually being serious? You're not yanking our...
I literally just looked it up.
Huh. That's actually kind of cool.
A gander, a dame, and a young goose is a gosling.
I did know at the Gosling, because Ryan Gosling jokes are a thing.
Baby goose.
And a group of geese together is called a gaggle.
Yeah.
Only on the ground, though. I don't know what they're called in the water.
That's a fair point.
A gable.
So, Derek, your weaselly self
Yes.
has, in this town, have you gone into town or tried to?
First of all, I have a question. Do weasels have their own language?
So weasels and mice have enough commonality and probably like enough ancestry between them in distant past, culturally, where they share the same language base. So it's kind of like if you're Spanish and you're talking to someone who's Portuguese. Like, I've had conversations in Spanish that have gone on for like 5 or 10 minutes. Then I found out like 10 minutes in that they aren't just like using a weird localized dialect, they're actually speaking Portuguese. That's why I'm not missing every other word.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the same thing. So like weasels and mice can converse language with relatively swift ease. So there isn't a language barrier, in short.
So I can read
Might
like
have, like,
signs and shit.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
100%. Also, most signs are, in fact, bespoke, and they're meant to be legible to people who don't read, because this is an Iron Age society, and there's a large number of people who do not read, because that is the purview of scholars and librarians and researchers. And while there are many who do, that is a very good question. Let me take a look at your character sheet and see if I can give you a good answer.
I just took that for granted.
Yeah, it is entirely possible you might be illiterate.
It's insane that I've managed to write an entire 53,000 page novel without being able to read.
53,000 pages.
53,000 words. Sorry, I misspoke.
I was about to say, like, dude, you just gave one piece of run.
Fucking yeah, no, Tolkien, 53,000 pages.
Yeah.
Check this out.
Hey, Bible, take a look at this. Alright, yeah, from what I can tell, Chief, you don't have anything in here that denotes that you have any formal training in writing or reading. I'm gonna say, yeah, I'm gonna say, considering you are technically a conscript, and a soldier for them, a mercenary. Okay, that actually, you're a mercenary. So I don't know how well you know how to read. You probably have a rudimentary grasp of writing and reading, if only because you've had to handle contracts.
Mm-hmm.
That would be why. Because as a mercenary, you would need to know how to sell your skill sets, and that requires understanding just enough language and numbers to do that calculation for your pay, and ensure you can read the terms of a contract.
Okay, so it would have made sense if, like, my uncle taught me or something. Like, you're gonna go out and do weasel shit, so I'm gonna make sure that you do it the right way and don't fuck our family over on our cut.
Oh, 100%. I'm willing to bet Calibarax the Fell 100% taught you to read, if only because of this. So Vermees for mices and mises. I love that. That's cute. Vermees.
Then in that case, well, first of all, I want to know what Modi is doing.
Modi is... So over the past day, Modi has been surprisingly busy. One, a tornado is a hell of a wake-up call, and even she got up during that. But she has been largely coordinating necessary resources and supplies.
Oh, snap. Spectrum with a rate of 5. Welcome in, y'all. Thank you so much.
Welcome, folks. Nice to have you all aboard. What a raid. Spectacular Spectrumnist Spectators has arrived. Excellent. Thank you, Kiwi Rainbow Rain. So then, in short, to describe it, she's basically been getting the caravan ready, specifically your tortoise. Just because of the fact that Sedney, the tortoise who's bearing you, by the way, that is her name, just because Sedney is pretty much good, like, foraging as you walk, doesn't mean you guys are. Mm-hmm. So she wants to have enough jerky and enough medicinal herbs and other things, including a little bit of fruit and berries just to avoid scurvy, because you are going for a while over ocean, and, well, you all aren't Martins and Sables. So, specifically, I believe it'd be Martins that are the watery ones. So yeah, they want to make sure that they have everything they need to get past there. But she so far has not gone into the city, except to the limits. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Like, she's been hanging out by the docks, shouting at mice merchants and ensuring she's been getting good deals, in some cases under threat of violence, and so far it's worked pretty well.
Okay, so, probably, like, pretty early on, because I don't want the body to rot, I would tell her, like, once she's done working for the day and kind of, like, getting ready to, like, settle down for the evening, I would tell her, like, Modi, go into town. Eat well. And I, gesture to the squirrel that I killed for her the other day.
She looks back and turns her eyes to you, and you can see Modi, as usual, is a tank of a weasel. She's monstrous, even by the standards of your people. Like, she stands head and shoulders over. And over, as far as mice are concerned, she's practically an ogre. She casts her gaze to the flying squirrel that you captured and killed in the last episode, And she nods. Thank you. Be careful, Dukan. The lands within there are not safe for our kind. Mice and weasels have very little love lost for one another, so...
I shake my head, and then I, like, wave my little paw at her, like, no, you come too.
Fine. It won't end well, though. And she grabs the broadsword she carries. It's a great sword. Let's be real. Like, for a weasel, her proportions, this thing is, like, well over 2/3 the length of her noodly body. And she puts it over her shoulder, puts her cloak and her chainmail hauberk on. She's basically wearing gear to go to battle. And she takes the flying squirrel with her and drapes it over her back. And follows you.
As we start, like, walking through, I would say to her, was thinking, take skull, make nice addition.
You and your trophies. I must admit, it's rather fearsome, and I don't want to discourage it, so... Fine, so be it. We could probably get this jerk eat anyhow. At least the stuff we're not going to be eating today.
I shake my head again. Who knows when we'll have chance for good meat. We eat like kings.
That's fair. She pauses before she leaves the, she's not quite left Sudney behind. She turns around and hisses in Weasel, and you can see, like, 2 weasels poke their heads out of the lower burrows. I'm going to say that for the foreseeable future, Delilah is here, but busy. Just so we can maintain that she is in the caravan doing things.
Continuity.
Exactly. And also leaving an opportunity.
For her to
exactly. But the 2 weasels, I'm going to call them Dumb and Dumber for now, just as a joke, poke their heads out, and you can hear her hiss at them, go nowhere. We come back with food. And one of them hisses back something along the lines of, but you have food. She turns around, I have food, not you. And you begin your exodus up towards the mouse village. I will say Port Sumac is not as dense as some cities. It's technically a township. It's really a township. It's not quite a full-on city. As full-on cities are rare in the mouse territories. Survival is begot by hiding. And this place is surprisingly big and in the open. And there's a reason it's protected by arbalists and by large ballistae on the corners of the settlement. Because they are still capable of suffering from aerial predators, even in this long and open approach. As you walk up, you can see a number of the mice who are on the path up and down from the ports to the upper layers, like blanching as you're approaching, many like stepping to the side. A number of the guards reach for their weapons, but don't make any moves. They sort of plant themselves and watch you go by, Elden Ring style. There's a dude who you've aggroed, but not enough to make him chase you.
I get the reference so well.
Eventually, when you get all the way to the gate, you can actually see a number of mice, including one in full plate mail, barring the gate. And as you approach, the mouse in plate mail pulls out like a glaive and plants it in the ground and holds his little paw out. And he is not as big as you folks are. But it must be said, despite this, he is still surprisingly sturdy. He's actually on here. Here we go. This guy, right here, is the mouse who's standing at the gate in full golden plate. This guy is Onion Knight levels of thick. Yeah, pretty much. He plants his little paw in the air and just says, "No further. Mice only within the territory of Port Sumac, I'm afraid. You weasels will have to get your things down at the docks. I don't care whatever deal it is that Gwendolyn struck with you. Unless Gwendolyn wants to come to these gates herself, we're not giving you access to the city."
I look to Modi, and my grip around my halberd kind of tightens, like, under my breath, and Weasel, I go, "This is what you meant."
She turns and gives you this dead-eyed stare and just says, I told you it wasn't going to work. She turns back to the guard. Lower your glaive, arms mouse. If I wanted to fight, I wouldn't have announced it so clearly. Can you then contact a tanner to meet us to the outside? As well as also someone who's capable of jerking this meat for us? He looks up and raises an eyebrow. And she leans forward and brings her large, sharp teeth to bear out of her mouth in a very overly exaggerated smile. Like a couple inches away from his armored face, she says, I'm being exceptionally nice about it. And the mouse takes like a look up at her and looks at his comrades. Give us a moment. We're going to go check on that for you. And he slowly steps back and skitters away very quickly the second he's behind the metal iron gate. You can see, like, I want to say within an hour, a trades mouse appears, and they offer to both reclaim the skull for you, and even offers to bleach it with acid if you'd like, to clean the extra flesh off so that it doesn't attract ants and other bugs.
I vigorously nod.
Yeah, especially since, for the record, some of the mice in the expedition, like many mice, in fact, train insects. So there are caravans of cargo ants that go in this expedition, and you don't want them gnawing on that skull. They will absolutely dog-sized be in your room, chewing on your meat.
Not my meat. I would also, is there any extra benefit I would get from, like, armor from tanning this creature's hide, mechanically, or no?
I'm going to say, let's take a look. Let's see what your current armor situation is on your stats. Ducant Diamondback, as I recall, sharing the players because I like to do with all your stats. I don't believe you actually have any armor on your person. You have, oh wait, you have light armor. Holy cannoli, you have a bow? I didn't realize you had a bow. I forgot that.
I do have a bow. I have not had to use it yet.
So...
Shoot the wind.
Pew! Shoot the tornado! the arrow comes swinging back at you a month.
Naughty, yeah. It's like a boomerang or something.
So I will say, looking at this, you could reinforce your armor, your light armor, into heavy armor with this hide. That's for sure. Or, if you want, they could stretch this hide over a wooden metal frame and turn it into a shield. So you would have access to a shield. You wouldn't be able to carry
halberd.
That's not how it works. Mechanically, the way that fighting works is every time that you get into a round of fighting, you choose one tool to use. So you would choose your halberd or your bow or your shield. They all have different properties. They all affect the roll differently. Whereas light armor is just a static bonus you permanently have on, because it's not like you can doff or don it at light speed or anything. It takes minutes to do. But your shield is a piece of equipment just like a halberd, a sword, or a bow. You have to swap to it, because shields aren't like bucklers. We're talking like full-on pave shields or like tower shields.
Ooh,
meant to be used. Yeah. So if you want to get a shield, you totally can. They would just, tan the leather and stretch it over a wooden armature.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. That sounds like the move. Rather than a static bonus, give myself one more tool in my tool set.
Yeah, especially since heavy armor also has negatives.
That was going to be a question that I was going to ask.
Yeah, armor does negatively impact your ability to basically do like the equivalent of agility rolls in extreme circumstances. Heavy armor especially so, but light armor is really not that bad. Shields, not at all. Like, if you're carrying a shield, you just have it slung over your back. It doesn't impact your stats. So...
Then yeah, I want a big fuck-off tower shield.
Okay, yeah. They basically tell you they'd be willing to get that done. Take them the better part of a day to do. So...
I'm gonna become the Dark Souls.
Yeah. You already are a Dark Souls boss. You're like this close to being Godfrey, the first Elden Ring.
There's a question.
Yes.
Is mayonnaise an instrument?
No, Patrick. Mustard is not an instrument either.
Horseradish.
Horseradish isn't an instrument either.
So, I will say, after a few minutes, you both hear in distance at your respective locations. Red, I imagine you're on the barge. And Dukan, you're currently at the gates.
I still
You-
have to harass the captain.
You do. You're gonna get a chance, I promise you.
Good.
Both in the port and up on the hill, the entrance of Port Sumac proper, where you and Modi are kind of having a bit of like a picnic, kind of. So she sort of like laid out a cloth, largely stained with like ancient dried blood, but it's you're weasels, you don't really care. You usually eat your prey raw. And she's kind of butchered the hide off of the mouse well, not the mouse, but the yikes, that'd be dour.
Right outside their city, just
it's flaying a
eating
mouse.
one of their fucking people. Oh god,
Yeah.
that's so fucked up.
For the record, that is the kind of reason why you're not allowed in. This stuff is
that
happening.
tracks. Yeah, I don't know if mice eat squirrels actually.
Nope. The squirrels, in fact, eat young mice. They're known as flying devils for that reason. So, as far as they're concerned, you're butchering and eating a monster outside their gates, which...
Dude,
Fuck squirrels. All my homies hate squirrels.
Yeah.
We're fucking
So
metal
while-
hell, dude. Holy shit.
So yeah, you two were basically eating the raw meat. The mouse, the tanner, and the armorer who came out to visit you guys, as well as also the chef who's going to be jerking the meat that you're not going to be eating, since, like, even with you both eating this thing, you still have, like, a couple hawks of meat left over, and there's no point in wasting it. It will go bad by the time you get around to eating it. So they'll jerk that for you, have a couple extra rations.
They'll
love it
jerk
when
my
the
meat?
chef jerks my meat.
They'll totally jerk your meat.
Oh,
Wait.
eat
I
it
think Natalie
strong!
just got
Woo!
home. I think Natalie just got
Yeah.
home, so that's probably the first thing she heard.
Nice! Welcome, Natalie.
Humor, baby.
Oh my god, that's funny.
So this is actually perfect timing, because down in the bay, you can hear in the distance this horn go up from the mouse caravan. As you can see, Red, actually, there's one mouse in a bright red cape, and it's Saxon, by the way. Yeah, Saxon, the consort of Gwendolyn. Who's a thick, ruddy red fur, or like brownish brown fur mouse.
Yeah,
but
I
he's
bet he thinks he's
thick.
hot shit.
He is. He's one of the best swordsmen in the Mouse Guard.
Not for
he's-
long.
yeah, I'd just imagine there's some competition here. He's currently blowing a horn almost as big as him. It seems to be like cracked off the tip of a goat horn, which is huge. And it's basically a general alert. And it's clearly calling any available mice to defense. So, this feels like a good moment, I figure, since we're about an hour in. If we wanted to, we'll give Natalie a little time to arrive. Did you guys want to take a little break, or do you want to keep powering through? 'Cause I'm gonna
Sounds
need
good. Break sounds great.
Yeah, sure.
All right.
Alright, don't go anywhere, anybody. We're gonna take a quick 10-minute break or so, and then we'll be back with more Mouse Guard. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Omni and Red were fighting. No, I'm just kidding. They weren't fighting.
Yeah, I beat the shit out of him, threw him down the stairs.
It just sounded
Yeah.
like you were like defending something that you said when we came back. So I was like, I'm gonna start drama.
I had I just got back from the fastest hospital visit ever. Very, very good insurance program.
Very expensive. It was about $37,000 and change.
Yep. Speaking of,
America.
please donate to my Ko-fi. Thank you very much. I will need it.
Realize next time he fucks with me.
Next time he fucks with me, it's gonna be a second more. So actually, that's a terrible threat.
We're not allowed to make threats on Twitch.
Yes, we cannot. So then, thank you guys very much for welcoming us back. Dylan, nice to see you. So then, last I left you guys off, you were all doing your respective sort of like fun downtime activities while the expedition was getting ready to leave. However, while you were all doing your things, you could hear in the distance a distant horn, a very familiar one, being blown coming from the bay. And at the very top of one of the largest turtles is Saxon, one of the elder guard mice and consort to Gwendolyn the matriarch, blowing a large goat horn, large for a mouse, mind you. It's like less than an inch long, but it's still pretty big for a field mouse. In an attempt to rally guard to their hosts, basically. We'll pick up with Siena. Natalie, what has Siena been up to for like the past couple of hours while everyone's been getting ready to move the expedition out later today? If you don't have an answer, that's fine. We can skip past and come back to it.
Let's do that.
Okay. Well, whatever you're doing, you do hear the horn. So you're probably going to want to get down there as well, unless you're doing something particularly important. So.
Well, I kind of was in the restroom, so I might take a few... No, just kidding. I drop whatever it is I'm doing and rush over.
I was in the little Mises room.
Because you have fully functional bladders now.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Man, modern medicine's come so long. Something's come such a long way.
The things you have to accomplish. The things you have to accommodate for with mouse guards you never thought you were. Yeah. Oh, the places you'll go. The biology you'll learn about mice.
The places you'll go to the bathroom.
The places everywhere, because you don't have a bladder because you're a mouse. So I think it's safe to say everyone is going to be coming back down, except Modi, who's going to stay at the top of the city and say, like, go do whatever it is that Gwendolyn needs you to do to, like, wave you off. Obviously with the implication that she's going to enjoy eating that meat without you. Since I imagine you've been, like, snacking on it for a while, so you've got a good portion of it. But also it's Modi, and she's kind of a bit of a hog, that kind of thing. So...
I got my pound of flesh out of it. I'm happy.
Yeah, exactly. So...
I'm not starving. She's not keeping me weak.
No, I'm gonna starve.
God, Patrick, bloated Patrick with candy on face is such a mood.
Which one of you scum suckers ate my squirrel?
Me, whenever I haven't had lunch after I've had a massive breakfast. No, I'm gonna starve. So, once you all arrive, you can see that Gwendolyn, Cedric, your patrol mouse, or your patrol leader, as well as also Saxon, are currently gathered around a table. And about the same time, you can actually see that... What the flying? Sorry about that. For some reason, that just threw me a blast from my AIS game. I don't know why that was there, but okay, sure, fine.
The Glazier is attacking.
Remember, Omni, whenever we made that, we always said it would come back to bite us in the AIS.
You're right. When you're right, you're right, and you're not wrong. So, when you do get there, you can actually see that even Preston, the captain of the ship, the Invicta, as well as also a number of other pivotal mice are currently standing there, sort of like basically checking with each other to see what the hell is going on. Here, I'll be loading this up. As soon as this is done loading, I'll share it. And at the very top, you can see that the matriarch, with her, actually in full armor, with her halberd, immediately points it down to the three of you. You three, up, onto the deck. We have business to discuss, and you have a task to accomplish before we leave.
Yes, ma'am.
She talking to me?
Talking to all y'all.
I don't
including
normally
Elise.
take orders, he'd say, as he stepped up onto the deck.
Saxon gives you a long side up, but he lets it pass. Preston slowly turns to start walking away, and behind him, you can hear Gwendolyn shout, "You too, Preston! Up and at them!" And he's fine. He clambers up and pulls off his tri-corner hat and holds it over his chest. Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you? So, right before we're getting to leave, we've had a thief infiltrate the expedition and make off with something pivotal to the success of our expedition. You three are to go after the thieves. And she snaps her fingers, and a mouse comes up. A mouse is clearly like hands caked in pastel and ink, and with a little pair of like little bifocals on like little straps. Walks over and hands what looks like a freshly made wanted poster. This wanted poster appears to have the drawing of two mice on it, as shared here.
One looks cannily like Guile.
Yeah. Just a little bit. So, these mice, as you can see, like, just there's no name for it. It's been doodled really quickly, scratched together very rapidly. She turns to you. These two have made off with a pivotal piece of our expedition's survival. You will track them down and reacquire the parcel. It will be wrapped in leather and bound with chain. It is not to be opened as we return to us post-haste. They made up the mountainside over here, and she points towards Port Sumac, heading up towards the city. You are to go after them and find them. She turns towards you, Ducant. I am giving you my express command and my authority as the matriarch to enter Port Sumac with this purpose in mind. When you get to the gate, tell them Gwendolyn says it's all right. And if they were to hold you, tell them Gwendolyn will be there shortly. And don't make me regret this. Oh, thank you for that hydrate. Yeah.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Nurse.
She pauses, waiting to hear what you're going to say.
Traitors.
To be a traitor would imply that they were in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the expedition. That is doubtful. More likely there's a pair of purse snatchers. Regardless, they'll likely hunker down in Port Sumac for the rest of the day before they make off for another village, or some other smaller settlement. Catch them before they leave.
Dukan collect many nice skulls today.
She didn't say kill them.
She didn't say not kill them.
Ma'am? Ma'am? Over here? Ma'am?
She turns to you. You guys are around a table right now. Like, it's like a map table. It's basically just, like, big enough for her to, like, look up at you. Yes?
You would like us to bring them back alive so you can question them, yes?
I would prefer that you bring them alive and turn them into the constabulary of Port Sumac. Whatever their motives are, I'm not particularly concerned. They likely just grabbed it and ran with it because it looked expensive. I'll leave it to Port Sumac to put together their motives because we need to move. I would like to set off by tonight. So to be a clear sailing evening, which is a good time to go. Because owls don't go that far over the ocean, and most of the more dangerous predators and fowl that would fly over water won't be out. So, if we can find them and get our item back, get this parcel back to us, that's all I care about. I would prefer, as she turns to look at you, Dukan, to not kill mice in front of mice in a town that, for the record, I technically have no true authority within. Okay?
Without really answering her question, Dukan just kind of like taps his little nail on the paper on the table and goes,
What is that?
pointing to the lead mouse's weapon.
Ah, wish I could tell you. From what I heard, the descriptions were one of them had what appeared to be an improvised farming implement, and the other one had appeared to be a short sword, the red scabbard. That's all I could really tell you on it.
If blows come to blows, I'll kill them. But if they don't, we'll see how it works out.
That sounds perfectly fine as far as I'm concerned. Just keep it as... Try not to make it too messy, if you'd be so kind.
Dukan take many feathers. Not many birds has Dukan before.
Well then, go, and mayhaps you might get lucky and not have to find out what it tastes like tonight. Get to it. I have to get the rest of the expedition going, and we need to check any of our stores to see what else might have been pilfered. This wasn't the only theft. This appears to be some sort of targeted sting by our ring of thieves. These two are your concern, though, more than anyone else. If you see anyone else who appears to have made off with things in the expedition, I don't care. Bring back that leather parcel. Again, 3 chains, leather-wrapped, and bound. It needs to be returned, or this expedition cannot leave. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Go.
Aye.
She immediately turns back towards her coterie of advisors and other people. And Cedric makes to go with you guys, and she just puts a firm paw on his shoulder and says, "No, you have preparations here, and we have to discuss what was stolen." Yeah, yes, ma'am. He looks up and just sort of says, like, "Just be careful, all right?" Sort of gets shuttled off to an upper layer of the tortoise that you guys were standing on. So, you have your mission. What are your session goals for the day? Quickly, rapid fire through.
I want to do something to impress Preston, like be the one who finds the guys first, so that way people start bragging about me and maybe he'll hear it.
Okay. Impress Preston. Right.
Impress
Something like that.
Preston, yes.
Bring Preston the Preston.
Preston. Alrighty. I literally just wrote that down that way, too. Really memorable.
You're gonna look at that like weeks later and wonder what the fuck you meant by that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm gonna be very concerned with myself. Okay, so that's for Siena. Let's go next. Giles, what's your objective for the session?
Trying to think. What does Giles want? He wants to find... If these thieves are good enough to steal something of that high value and make away with it, maybe recruit them into his force.
Augur.
Recruits.
These may be underhanded scum, but they have their uses.
Recruit bandits. Interesting idea. Alright. Dukan, your objective for the session.
Don't say what I think you're going to say.
I want to
know
better
exactly.
equip myself for this adventure
Okay.
at large.
Okay, gotcha.
I think I said kill the bandits.
Put sword skin to use.
Delicious.
Or
Excellent.
just to spite me, he's like, I want to impress Preston even more.
Alright, I have your mission objectives for the session. Let's get to it. So, this is going to be a moderate challenge encounter. The general idea of this is that you basically have 2 parts to this. First, you need to find these bandits. Then you need to reclaim what's yours. Those are 2 different obstacles. So how do you go about finding these bandits, knowing that they have probably put themselves up in Port Sumac?
Well, I basically have run of the city right now. So, I kind of just do anything and go anywhere.
Pretty much. At least, like, within the captain's patience. At the moment, it's easier to pay you off than deal with the problem you've become. You might want to be aware that calculus can shift. So,
Oh, sure. And as soon as it shifts, I'm gonna warn all the other captains of what he's up to.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sure. Just like, be aware, you are dealing with people who might be dumb enough to try if you push them too far. Just saying. Just being perfectly honest about this dude's stat line. He is not the brightest ball. He
Giles is
absolutely might
playing
get
with a
pissed
rubber
off.
band. He's playing with a rubber band to see how far it'll stretch before it breaks.
Exactly.
Just for entertainment's sake.
That's fair. So, what do you all do? I'm going to say in character. Where do you go from here? You're off the Tortoise. Gwendolyn sent you on your quest. Last you heard, they're heading up towards Port Sumac proper, not the Bay Area.
Mm-hmm.
But that's the last that they were seen. And the mouse who gave you like the little wanted poster they scrawled gives you more details. This burglary took place about 30 minutes ago. So the second they realized what was stolen is when they put the alert out. Before that, it was just an internal, expedition issue of someone might have pilfered a couple of things. They pilfered something important. Okay, now it's a problem.
Can the weasel sniff them out? Is that like a ability that you have?
That's a great question. Let's see.
Employer sniffer.
I have a wolf snoot.
You do have a wolf snoot, actually. That's a huge deal. I'm not even joking about that, actually. That is actually a really pivotal tool. So, as I recall,
I knew it was
the
going
wolf
to be useful.
it's really useful. Yeah, wolf snout. Some mice, or in this case weasels, have an extremely keen sense of smell. They're said to have a wolf snout, a reference to the mouse's most feared enemy and most dangerous predator. This trait is useful when hunting, but a mouse with this gift must take care this does not become savage and bestial like wolves, or in this case, a weasel. And you're already wearing a rattlesnake cloak, so I don't think that's an obstacle to you. So, knowing that, that's a huge deal. Let's see you use that. I'm willing to say we'll give you an extra D6. An extra D6 to whatever you use to track. That seems very appropriate with this. So then, knowing that, well, yeah, you have Dark Heather's Honor, Driven, and Wolf Snout. So you have level 1, which means that you have, every time you use it, you get a D6. I believe for the first time you use it. Double checking this. One trait. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So this means that if you have a level 1 trait and you spend it, you basically get to add 1 die once per session to a roll. Yeah. Okay, that's actually pretty huge. So, if that's the case then. You have a die you can drop on this. If you'd like, you can track them. You can use your nature. You are a weasel, and weasels hunt. It is part of your nature in its truest sense. Aggressive, gloating, clever, and burrow stealer. I would be willing to say that you could probably use clever for that, but you also appear to have scout, hunter. I would say scout or hunter are both applicable to this.
I don't want to go away from the little mousies because there's 3 mice that I'm going to be taking on, and they're regarded as probably pretty. So, as much as it would feel cool to go kill them all by myself, I trust in the player, maybe not as my character. I'm just gonna roll hunt as soon as I can find where hunter right here. Okay, 4. So I get 5 die.
You have 4. If you want to use your once-off buff from Wolf Snout, you can make it 5. Because you get to use that once. I'm going to check the used for.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what you got. Oh man, that's actually really good. That is 3 successes and 2 failures, no traitors. So good on you. That's a clear, resounding success.
Oh yeah.
So most weasels don't hunt by scent. That's considered barbaric and weird by most of your people.
Hey man,
because
fuck you.
look, I'm just gonna say it as it is. Your civilization is somewhat more technologically advanced and somewhat more socially advanced. You, in fact, have technically mastered forms of metal smithing that, until the hedgehogs came around, even the mice hadn't done. So your level of learning in academia is technically a little higher than most of the mouse territories, even if your political system is a little bit more reductive. That said, sometimes having the old ways at your side helps. And you actually do pick up a distinct scent. A scent of leather and iron and old leather, that. But there's something else to it, too. There's 2 mice, surely. And from what you can smell, the thing they're carrying, there's another scent to it, too. It almost smells like mouse. But like long dead mouse. So you're pretty sure you picked up on the scent. And it leads you straight into Port Sumac if you follow it. So you have your path if you'd like. What do you tell your comrades?
Two mice, at least. Something else. Cursed. The dead. You're dead.
You threatening me?
I shake my head.
Dead. Stick around.
And I point to myself, trying to convey that this is a superstition my people hold. You go around fucking with dead people's shit, it's typically not great. But we gotta do what we gotta do.
You're gonna see Giles he's fiddling with something, just half listening, and he's gonna stick this really nice pipe in his mouth.
Let's see.
Slowly.
What about the dead?
Let's see. Is there one I would say?
He's gonna spark it up and completely fill the air with the scent of tobacco.
Thankfully, your roll is high enough where you can continue to track through that smell, by the way.
I was gonna yell at you for a second.
I've lost the scent!
This way, into town.
So, if you choose to follow your weasel companion, the scent does take you into town. And when you get to the gates, see that armored mouse again, in full shining brass plate with the glaive, step forward, as you can see, about 20 mouse feet. I'm just going to call them that because, relative measurement here. From the gate, Modi is still, at the moment, gnawing on the bones of what's left of the flying squirrel. She made quick work of that, by the way. You can see that the guard had been watching her at the time. And now they see a weasel approaching the gates at speed. They all level their pikes at the gate, and the mouse just sort of puts his hand out. I'm sorry, I believe I was quite clear with what I said earlier, Weasel.
Lady Mouse said.
He has the authority to come in here and I'll step aside, big man.
Authority from who?
Says I, what the hell are you gonna do about it? And he's gonna step up to him. Can I use my tall trait to try and intimidate him?
We don't even have to do it, I love that.
You absolutely can if you want. I'm willing to say... Oh, God, what would this be?
Fire? I'm literally trying to instigate him.
You know what? I'm willing to say for this, I'll let you use half your fighter, so 3, as you'd like. Since this isn't a true fight. Yeah, if you want to use tall, you can use it for the 1d6 improve. Versus the stat line of this armored mouse.
Yeah, I got shit on me.
Okay, let's see. Speed, town captain.
To be fair, we weren't given anything to show that we have authority from her, so.
Not particularly. You just have her direct word and a threat under her.
And that doesn't work.
I did bring that up, and she ignored me, so.
Yeah, 100% she did.
Stupid Macy's!
Alright. So we can get the advanced dice roller out, because that's just much easier. Alright, roll your dice, Chief.
Oh.
Hell yeah!
That is no successes and 1 traitor.
Red is lost.
Is there a way I can... Oh.
Yeah, there you go. And our guard,
no.
3 successes.
That's
The mouse.
I didn't even have to do it.
Red doesn't win.
So that's a failure for a fighter session. Mark that down. Hey, takes less failures than successes to level that up.
I don't want to lose in a fight.
So this mouse in full plate mail, you can see behind the slit of his arm a pair of little beady eyes narrow at you. You can see the little like red, you see like the reddish brown fur on his ears like falling back at that as he leans in. You realize that you might be badass and you're pretty well equipped. This dude is in full plate and backed up by like 6 soldiers. He is absolutely not going to bend to intimidation, even with a weasel at the gates, even with 2 weasels at the gates. As he narrows his eyes, I'm going to need something more than just some random Wolfram Lord giving you access.
Lady
Random. I'm the Wolfram Lord, you get.
Mouse.
I'm just muttering under my breath, Lady Mouse.
Can I try and use Persuader to talk to the guard and persuade him that we're not trying to cause any trouble?
Absolutely. You can definitely do that. And I will give you a additional D6 because you have the benefit of Dukan, in his way, verifying the claim of Lady Mouse backing you up. So you have an extra D6 to this roll.
Okay.
Dukan, if this roll succeeds, I'm willing to give you a pass on your nature. If it fails, it's a failure in your nature. Just be aware of that. Okay.
Oh shit, you
So
win.
that's 2 failures. That's 2 failures, 1 success. You succeeded. Yeah, there you go. So you succeeded and you failed, and that failure is a traitor, so it's 1-to-1. But
That's roll off for.
it would be a roll off in this instance. So you get to roll the pool again.
Okay.
So that's 1 failure, 2 successes on the guard.
Come on, Sienna, you got this.
Don't forget you have an extra die to that. Yeah. Yeah! That's success right there. That's 3 successes.
Yes, thank God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Good job, Emily.
That's my girl.
Yeah. So how do you do this? I want to hear this.
Okay. Gentle mice, or gentle creatures, should I say. Let's all calm down. We're not here to do any harm. We are a group of travelers simply passing through this land. Some mice from somewhere in this area stole something of ours, and we're just simply here to retrieve it. We don't want to cause any trouble. In fact, we would like to turn them into you once we've apprehended them, so you guys can do your justice and everything, and we can be on our way.
He looks you up and down, realizes all of you are wearing cloaks, including the weasel, which is, like, kind of weird. Most weasels, like, they'll wear armor, but they're not particularly big into cloaks. It's kind of a mouse guard thing. So that immediately signals the expedition to him. And he, after having heard Dukan the entire time go, Lady Mouse, like, over and over again,
Gwendolyn.
Yeah, he sort of puts it together, like, oh, Gwendolyn, oh, fine. All right, stand down. And the guards, like, look at each other and look at him. Stand down. We are harboring Lady Gwendolyn. We will, in fact, respect her envoys so long as they respect our laws within our city. You have free reign to hunt down your thieves, but, and he holds up a finger, they ought to be turned over to our constabulary. Is that clear?
So we will not kill them. Just to reiterate, not kill them.
I slowly turn my towering gaze upon this tiny mouse next to me that's speaking for me.
He looks up at you, and surprisingly, I'm gonna roll this out here.
I'm talking about her. I'm talking about Sienna.
Oh yeah,
she's
that's
telling
very
me
fair.
not to kill, and I'm looking down at her like, excuse the fuck out of me.
I'm probably silently quaking in my boots, but trying my best not to show it because
Oh, don't worry, lass. He's a big pushover. Calm the fuck down. He'd look look you dead in the eye.
The mouse looks up at you and then looks back at the group. Of course, if they attack you, you are allowed to defend yourselves. I'm not going to ask you to die for our town. Just don't eat anyone, Weasel, as he looks up at Dukan. Like an amount of animosity that even the armor can't suppress. It's very clear from his posture. He's not okay with you going into the city, but whatever.
So
Kind
I've
of.
just recently eaten a lot of raw squirrel, and then I did a bunch of running. So the inside of my stomach is pretty rancid right now, and I just let out a hideous burp right into this man's face mask and say,
Still full.
Oh, gross! Just
While he's
go
coughing
in.
and hacking, I'm gonna blow like this giant cloud of smoke in his face and we'll walk right past him.
He doubles over twice as much and just like, at this point, he's just like, between the pipe smoke, he's just to pop his mask open. I hate plate mail so much. It's like breathing into the dirt. As
That's
you
why
all
we're
walk
Not
in.
big now anymore, little man. He says he kept walking up.
when I walk by, I'm just like, I'm so sorry. I'm so
He gives you a look out of a pair of bloodshot eyes and just, mouse guard, and just like lets you all in. So you're in the city now. Port Sumac is at the moment, I'm willing to say we're getting like towards noon at this point. You had your morning to do your preparation and the things you were doing. You're getting towards midday, and the streets are beginning to fill with tradesfolk. Except where you are, the sight of a weasel in full armor, or rather in this case, in like clad for, because you don't really wear much armor beyond your like snake hide cloak, but you do wield a halberd like 4 times the height of a mouse.
I've got like
and-
several mouse skulls around my fucking.
Yeah, and a hedgehog skull boot, a bunch of like abandoned weapons, and also on top of that, I can't imagine you cleaned your mouth after eating on that weasel, after
That's
eating
true.
that.
I'm a
squirrel.
barbarian. If this game had classes, I'd be a
Yeah.
barbarian. Yeah, that's what's. I didn't even mean to do that. That happened. Yep. Okay.
Yeah, straight up. Like everyone's giving you a reasonable.
Except for Giles. Giles is like literally right next to you. Literally doesn't care.
Yeah. Most of the expedition at this point, like you guys have traveled for a couple of days with weasels. Like the shock of working next to weasels is kind of wearing off. So
To be fair, Giles hasn't seen a weasel in like years.
that's fair. Yeah, no, you're just a
Until
badass.
recently. Yeah, no, Giles just doesn't care. He's a badass and he's an asshole.
So, Dukan, your sniffer is pointing you towards what appears to be a warehouse district, or what like approximates for the warehouse district of Port Sumac. Further towards the edge of the hill, there's a barracks, and next to it, a bunch of like simple wooden longhouses that sort of serve as storehouses for goods that are being traded on land after having been moved up on what appears to be a pulley system from the bay below. So your wolf snoot is pointing at that, and red flags. That's the last place they've gone from what your sniffer can tell.
I'm pointing at the general vicinity to the 2 mice next to me.
You're pointing at what? Those.
What?
No, go ahead.
I was just saying I'm pointing. I'm pointing. To...
Yeah, I didn't realize you were pointing out at it first, but I got it. Sorry.
Yeah. My finger points. Ever seen Kung Pao? That movie goes hard.
Movie does. I still prefer Fury, but that's just me.
Kung Fury. Me.
Kung
It
Fu
is.
Furry,
Kung Fu Hustle.
Kung Fu Hustle's amazing too.
That's what I'm thinking.
I wouldn't look up Kung Furry on the internet.
No, I
Don't. No.
Unless you're
I
into that, by
promise
all
you.
means, no offense.
We might be playing Mouse Guard, but that does not mean I endorse looking up certain things online.
Speak for yourself.
So
Hey, that
I
Resident
can't speak
Evil
for my
girl,
audience.
That Resident Evil girl said something about Zootopia porn. I saw it on Reddit.
Jesus Christ, I forgot. What are you all doing?
There's a Reddit meme.
What's your plan of attack?
I'm going to sit back and let them handle it.
Jesus.
We should at least approach first, because once they see a weasel walking towards them, they're gonna run no matter what.
That's exactly my point.
Yeah.
That's why I'm just sitting here pointing. And not sprinting over there, running in there, and starting to try to kill everything when saying it was self-defense.
You're like that one gif of the guy on the couch that like leans forward and goes.
I love that so much. All right, so I don't really know if there's anywhere you can like just sort of vibe in town without causing a not insignificant degree of like at least attention. But if you want, you could probably like stand on the edge of like the, I guess like the warehouse district, sort of like chill there, or like before you enter it, sort of like hang out on the edge of the market and just hope you don't attract too much attention while the other two mice go in. So, I'm going to ask this last question of you, Dakan, then we're going to turn to Guiles and Siena. How are you trying to like be casual? Are you trying to intimidate people to keep them away from you? Because you're in the middle of Mouse City. You're a weasel. I don't think I need to point out, like, this is basically the equivalent of a Horde player popping in the middle of an Alliance like city in WoW. Like, you better hope you're a thief and you're invisible. So what's your plan? How you plan on not being harangued by mice?
I find the nearest Fletcher, and I do a little bit of shopping.
Okay. I'm going to say make me a... This is so strange. I'm not used to weasels doing, like, the day-to-day casual stuff.
I'm acting casual. I know how to hunt.
No, that's fair. I think it's
Yeah.
reasonable. Make me a persuader roll, and then we'll switch over to the other folks. I want to see what you got.
Ooh, not.
So, you start looking for a Fletcher, and from what you can tell, there's a lot of folks who are like making fishing line and hooks. This is a port city. There's not as many Fletchers. You're not really used to how Mouse society is laid out, and Port Sumac is barely laid out to begin with because it's kind of just like the Hobbit Lake Town levels of discordant chaos in societal structure. So like you're just sort of lost in the markets. But I will say you didn't make any critical failures, so like right now the mice are kind of just more intimidated by a weasel just like window shopping looking for something, and many of the mice would just rather you find it and get the hell out than make any problems for you. So mark that down as a failure,
Yep.
but at least you're not bothered.
Second time I failed a persuader roll.
Yeah. Good though, that gets you closer. So next up, we're going to go to Guiles and Siena. As you get closer to where our friend Dakan pointed, you can see that one of these longhouses has, from what you can see, like a bunch of barrels of, looks like fish, just like pouring out of the windows. Like this is very recently loaded up with a number of pallets, and it's clearly not been properly sorted yet. And you can see one of the doors, the door specifically leading into the longhouse, has been left ajar. So it could just be someone who was being sloppy, but it also can mean someone recently. What's your move? How you plan on doing this?
I'm gonna look down at this small mouse.
I'm actually not that much shorter than you, but okay.
Yeah.
Do you have tall?
No, but I mean, I'm just imagining your mouse isn't as tall as he thinks he is.
He's tall in here. That's what matters.
It is true he's not as tall as he thinks he is, but he is still tall. Right.
I do have
He
the
is
tall
little.
trait, so
Yeah.
I'm prodigious.
Well, I'm
Prodigious
standing on
size
my
has no
little
intrinsic
mousy tiptoes, so.
unless in sword.
Examination be considered a bitch.
I can't help it. Anytime I hear the word prodigious, it plays.
I love that word. It's my favorite.
It's a good word. So what are you doing?
So, am I going in there?
I mean, I think one of us should at least peek in and see if anyone's there.
Well, if I go in, there's gonna be a fight.
Do we want to fight?
I've been fucking bored out me mind since we came here.
Um,
I'm not gonna kill none, but I'll slap them around a wee bit.
Are there any other exits to this building?
I'm willing to say that
Body back.
I'm not gonna make you make a roll for this because you've walked past a number of buildings like this, and they all seem to be cookie cutter by design, or as cookie cutter as they can be made. There are a number of windows, about 3 windows along each side. They are pretty small though, and they're a little high up. So to get out would require a mouse to scurry out. Well, mice can climb naturally. It is one of your advantages for mouse nature. And even then, it wouldn't be very convenient to do that while also hauling any ill-gotten goods. The only other exit would be on the far side. There is another matching door to this, at least if it matches the other buildings, which you have no reason to believe otherwise. You're pretty confident it is the same design.
In that case, I propose one of us should be at each door. That way they can't just run out. Not particularly keen on chasing these guys down through a heavily populated town.
I've got a wee bit of an idea.
Okay.
Why don't you go hide by one of the exits, and I'll go on the front door.
Alright, well, let me know if you need my help.
Don't worry, you'll know.
Alright. I'm trusting you. You and the weasel are a little too bloodthirsty for my liking.
I like fighting, I don't like killing. At least indiscriminate killing.
That's fair.
I like
Alright.
Where the fuck did you come from?
Couldn't find Fletcher.
All right. So it sounds like you're going to be... Sounds like, Siena, you're going to go to the far side, sneak around, and hide by that door to make sure no one else comes out. And Giles, you're going to go in through the door closer to you, the one that's ajar. Correct?
Yep.
All right. So, that's the case then. I'm going to need for... Let's see. Siena, you can either make... Honestly, for this one, you're probably going to want to use your nature. It is in your nature to be sneaky and quiet. I am willing... I don't see you having any wises that are wrong to this. So you're going to be making me a nature roll. And Giles... We'll get to you. I figure how you enter the door is going to determine what rolls you need to be making. Okay, so that's 3 successes, no failures. And on the part of the dingus. Nice. Oh, there we go. Can I say how much I love Mouse Guard has, like, this massive section of generic NPCs? It literally goes on for pages, for, like, everything from charlatans to thieves to foragers. It's really nice.
Most TTRPGs are missing.
Yeah, it's so nice just to have, like, plenty of people to interact with. So for this... Oh, nice. Wow. Actually kind of good at this. Right. But not that good. Yeah, so Siena, as you're sneaking around, you can hear a couple of voices whispering inside. It's clearly mice. The soft chittering of their voices is very clearly... They're talking about something exciting that you can't really hear from your vantage point. But as you get to the other side of the door, you can tell that, like, they're not going to be coming out of this door yet. They're not, like, making any moves towards anything. They clearly got over there because their voices haven't changed in timbre. So you have made it over here quietly. Giles. Well, ball's in your court, Chief. What are you doing?
I'm gonna go in through the front door. And I'm going to yell very loud.
He's gonna just like charge in, and even though the door's ajar, he's just gonna kick it anyway, and it's just gonna slam into the wall. And he's gonna step forward with his sword in both of his hands, and he's gonna say, "Forsooth, Saint Ainsley has forsaken you this day." And he's gonna start charging. He's gonna start charging at anybody who's close.
All right, so you bust the door open, and so far, you can't see anyone yet. This longhouse is big. This thing is like, for us, it's like the equivalent of like a warehouse storage space. It's granted for mice and a little bit smaller, but this is still a longhouse. This is like the length of at least 4 to 5 houses, and it is piled high with, from what you can tell, appears to be chunks of minnows and also like the odd eel, which is pretty big. That means someone went out and killed an eel, which means like that was basically, yeah, someone slayed like a leviathan and brought it in, because there's like chunks of eel almost as big as you, cut up sushi style all over the place. All of it's salted. The whole interior is cold. You can tell because you can see where it's coming from. Like there's a bunch of ice jammed into like alcoves here and there, mostly melting into like pools, but you can tell the ice has been salted too. So this whole room is like chilly. And inside, you for a second heard like chittering, and then you made your loud announcement, and it went dead silent. So the boxes are kind of arranged almost like a labyrinth as you get in, and it's not like it is intentional. It's just this is a warehouse, and they just rammed this thing full of shit, and they didn't really think about how to access it. They sort of figure you'll take it out bit by bit as you need it. So, yeah. You charge in, and you don't see anything yet. But, like, you see a bunch of fish, and you see a bunch of boxes, and you definitely heard something deeper than that. I'm gonna make you make me a... Oh, man. Oh, God, you don't have many good rolls for this. I'm gonna say a nature roll for this, actually. Let's see a nature roll.
Oof. Sure, that's not gonna work out.
Oh,
God damn it.
They have 3 successes.
Alright, 2 6s, let's go, baby.
Oh no!
Oh, no, Red.
That's the opposite. Red failed.
Red lose.
Yeah, Red failed.
Red lost.
So it's
I
2
need, like, a
ones.
sad emoji.
So as you sort of like, I imagine you're gonna go deeper in, right? Like,
Yeah, he's like reciting weird like texts from like stories he's heard. He says, "And he has told you, O mouse, what is good, and what does the sainthood require of ye but to do justice and to love kindness."
So as you're stalking through, like you're literally, it's almost like the original Doom a little bit, where it's like hallway, hallway, but the walls aren't stone; it's just fish barrels everywhere. And like as you're stalking through, like you can't see them. You don't know where they are. They're definitely in here. You get deeper in, and you do see a little patch of straw that was clearly laid out as to be somewhere to be sitting in. And, like, there's a little box between them that's been cleared off. But, like, besides the dents in the straw that indicates it's been sat on recently, they're nowhere to be found. At least, like, you're not seeing them. They're not around you right now. And I'm going to also preface this is a world, as far as you're aware of, without a practical application of magic. There's, like, supernatural stuff, but it's not like there's wizards or anything where they can make themselves invisible or something.
Giles looks up and like squints, and he takes a long drag of his pipe and exhales this massive thing of smoke. Must be wizards about.
So you hear far above you a little as the smoke from your pipe floats in the rafters. And this longhouse is like it's like 2 stories, but the top story is like a steepled roof and just has a bunch of visible rafters. There's no like true second floor. The sound is coming from the darkness up in the rafters.
Can I ascend the raft?
You can if you'd like. Climbing is in your nature, so you can make a nature roll if you would like. Also, your nature would reset to 3 at this point.
Okay.
So I fixed that for you.
Okay, thank you.
problem.
Okay, so he's gonna hear it and he's gonna point in the general direction of like where I heard it from. He's gonna yell, "Hark! Justice comes for ye at last!" And he's gonna start climbing the rafters as he's yelling. Do not
Oh my
pervert
God.
justice. Do not show partiality to the poor or favoritism to the great, but judge your neighbor fairly. It's just yelling, like quoting.
Can I say that your character is terrifying, and I love it.
It's like Samuel L. Jackson quoting these motherfuckers.
This is literally Braveheart the mouse screaming through the rafters. Make me a nature roll. I'm gonna say, like, add militarist to this. No, war-wise. Add war-wise. You have 3 in that. That's fair. It's also a wise. So that will give you a collective pool on this of 6 dice. Because this is terrifying as like, straight up.
Oh
Ooh.
no, why am I rolling so
no.
So, okay.
bad? Can I fix this?
So here, you can, if you like,
I'm gonna.
spend persona points to add dice to the pool.
I have
one
so many
persona point at a
persona.
time.
I just want to use them.
By all means, go ahead, Chief.
So I have 0 successes right now. So I just need to roll.
At the moment,
And
you
he
have
has-
you actually have -1. You have -1. You have 1 traitor remaining because you had a success and 2 traitors. Success cancels out one of the traitors, so you have 1 traitor.
When do I get persona back? I just get it back through like roleplay, right?
Yeah, exactly. You get persona back by basically doing cool stuff and achieving your objectives and such. So you can add as many personas as you'd like, and don't forget, audience, you also can contribute channel points to perhaps, say, for example, add Fade and Persona to the party if you'd like for 500 points. That's an option for you. Or you could even make Complications Arise if you really like for 5,000 points. Just saying.
So let's see here. This guy has 2 successes.
He has 1 success because he also had a traitor. So he's currently sitting at 1 positive success, and you're sitting at 1 traitor. So you would need to at least gain 2 dice to get a roll.
Is a 4 not a success?
It is. A 4 is a success, but he had 1-1. So he's currently sitting at only 1 success. So, right, I missed the 5. He's a 2. Jesus.
Yeah.
I literally was reading that as a 2. I don't know why my eyes are doing this to me today. So, he has 2 successes to your 1 traitor.
Alright, I'm gonna just go ahead and spend all my persona.
Alright, you can spend them 1 at a time. You don't have to keep them all until you get...
Oh, I can just spend them 1 at a time until I
yeah,
get whatever.
exactly,
Okay,
by
cool.
all means.
Okay, that's a failure. Okay, then we'll spend
Okay.
another one. Okay, that's a failure.
You might end up spending it all.
Okay, well, I guess I'm
What
not.
the heck?
Yeah, you actually can't succeed at this point, so you might as well say that last one.
My fucking roleplay is failing me yet again. But my
You know
roll...
what? I am gonna actually give you 1 extra die. Because that is still terrifying as hell. And what you're rolling is to try.
I'm gonna
I'm
roll
so
another 3.
sorry, my dude.
Ah!
I'm so sorry.
Oh my god.
Oh, my man.
My head is here.
I don't
So
like that.
as you're clambering along the rafters and like as a mouse, this is actually pretty easy for you. Clambering along the rafters is taking your sword and either putting it in its scabbard, or I imagine more likely you put it in your teeth as you climb on all 4s.
Yeah, he has this
mouse-like.
massive sword that's his height, just like in his mouth, and he's just yelling and like garbling all this fucking like religious nonsense about saints.
It's from a distance the cutest thing. See this adorable little mouse like inching up a rafter and climbing. It's like something out of one of those old like mouse circuses. But meanwhile, this mouse is screaming litanies of violence and war.
And Saint Bogdan said unto me, take the lives of them that be the non-believers and the heretics that would spread violence and death upon the mice.
So you don't actually catch up with them, but you do get your first glimpse of these bandits. Their success wasn't so extreme that they're invisible to you. You can, in fact, see they are in the rafters. When they heard you bust the door open, they likely had the same idea you now had, which was climbing into the rafters and were hoping you would just walk by and not think about it. But clearly, you're smarter than you let on. And actually, you're pretty smart. just, right now Berserk Fury is not normally known for, like, being intellectual, and clearly you're a little more intellectual than they feared you could be. And you scampering up and screaming is enough to startle them. And you see these two mice in the rafters, like, looking at you from, like, 2 to 3 rafters over with, like, giant eyes. And then just, like, narrow and begin skittering, leaping from plinth to plinth, like, rafter to rafter, as you're, like, chasing after. They're heading towards Siena's side of the longhouse, but they're not quite there, like 2/3 of the way.
Oh.
Siena, also, you can 100% hear Red's, like, bellow. This is not that huge of a longhouse. So...
He's fucking screaming from the inside. Saying all these weird verses from his faith from the southeast.
Some of these things are almost familiar to you, by the way, because the Mouse Guard, or like the structure of like certain Mouse Guard traditions, based in the same faith tradition. So some of this stuff you're like recognizing, but the fuck you going on with saints and all this stuff that's missing you. You don't know what that's about. But like you recognizing some of these names, shit matters, and also you're hearing them being shouted through rafters. So like something's going on. We'll leave that at that.
Do I see Dukan anywhere?
At the moment, no. Dukan's currently in the alleyway, I imagine. Surrounded by mice.
Fish. Fish, no fletch. Where fletch? Just fish.
Yeah. you're literally that one meme. What is it like? I need. It's just soup. What do you mean? It's just soup. It's just soup. Where are you? I'm at soup. That's you right now. You're at fish. So you can't see him from here, but you know, like, if you were to scream for him, there's a chance he might hear you. Maybe he might be drowned out by like. It's close enough though, where it's worth a try if you really want to try to call him.
I guess Well, it's gonna draw a lot of attention.
Oh yeah, 100%. Like that's gonna be a weasel bounding. Like. Yeah, that's a panic.
Question. Well, I don't have to yell out weasel. I can just yell out his name. But is that?
Oh no! I mean, the sight of a weasel moving at speed through the city is enough to start a panic.
Oh well, yeah. Well, I don't want to do that.
Trying to kill somebody.
Yeah.
Come here, but slowly.
Which I am.
Oh, okay. Screw it. I'm gonna leave my cape outside. So hopefully, if Dukan passes by, he sees it and is like, "That's weird." Hopefully he recognizes Siena's cape and
Okay.
To follow it inside. I'll leave it like halfway out the door as I walk in.
All right, that's fair. Yeah, you could totally do that. I will say most mouse guard are very reticent to leave their caves behind, but it seems like a practical application for it. So you can take your cloak pin and sort of wrap it around one of the timbers that make up the door, sort of pin it so that it's tightly steadfast there. So like it's sort of like fluttering in the breeze on the top of the mountain where you are, the top of the hill. And you can go in. So how are you approaching this? Because you can hear like there's something going on in the rafters. It's dark enough up there where you can't like immediately see unless you really like take a moment to try to like attune to the darkness. But there is 100% an angry Giles like leaping across rafters right now, screaming like Wolfram scripture at the top of his lungs.
I can do some more whenever you're ready.
So, what have you screamed at them so far? You haven't called them, like, thieves or anything specific that would...
He's literally just been saying, like, nonsense, like, literal gospel. Like, he is literally just preaching at these mice. And, he may sound crazy, but you can tell that he's canny enough to know that he's doing this specifically to scare the shit out of them.
And it probably works because this has like been loud enough and distressing enough where you heard it outside, and these folks have been trapped in here with him. So
You also know
it's
this guy has
pretty-
like a powerful set of pipes to be able to like smoke a pipe and yell at the volume that he is right now.
after having also probably carried that sword up in his teeth while screaming through it too. Like your boy be loud.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah, you can definitely hear him up there for sure.
Is
And
that a
like
lighthouse
scampering going
moment?
on.
Stealing hark!
Yeah.
I'm going to go a deception route and pretend that I don't know who this crazy screaming mouse is.
All right. Are you trying to like shout like, "Is anyone up there? Get out!" Like, what's your plan? Because so far you don't see anyone to deceive. But if you're trying to like use body language to like get them on your side, it's gonna take more than just being confused about what the fuck is going on.
Actually, okay, no, I'm gonna change it. I'm still going with deception, but I have a
Okay.
plan.
All right. All right.
Giles, is that you up there? Get down. You have to go back to the hospital.
Make me a deceiver roll.
Grandpa, please, you're scaring these people.
I don't know if I have deceiver, so
You do.
Oh,
You
yeah,
have one in deceiver.
Oh gosh, here goes nothing.
Oh my god. Okay, well that's one success v 3 successes. So they're apparently on point today. These are some smart bandits. So as it stands, you have a feeling that if there's anyone up in the rafters, they're probably smart enough to see like an armed mouse, because you are armed. You do in fact bear your weapons on your person.
True.
Like you probably know who this dude is, but also you so far haven't given any indication as to your allegiance. So since you don't have a mouse guard cloak on, interestingly enough, that actually has turned to your advantage. So you certainly haven't fooled them that you don't know who this Giles dude is who's screaming his way across the rafters, but also they don't know who you are. And so you do see scampering about in the rafters. You can see the bodies of mice moving about. And right now, Giles are leading you on a merry chase to the rafters. Like it's like the Daytona 500 up on the boards on the top. With you barreling after them and them staying just far enough away from you where you get like the glimmer of eyes, the glint of steel, and like you're behind them. You're not gaining ground yet, but you're on their tail. Like they'll stay ahead of you, but they're running from you, and they're clearly not able to get out right now, which is a problem. So what are you folks doing? As you, Siena, can see, like, at the moment, there's some sort of commotion going on. Giles, you know exactly what is going on up there. It's very aggravating.
What do I have that might be handy? And I'm not well equipped for these situations, character-wise.
I will say you always have access to your nature, which does in fact give you climbing, if you wanted to get up there. Just a reminder.
Really rather they come down here than deal with them up in the dark. I'm just going to yell at them. Better come down here before I get the damn weasel. Then he'll deal with all of you. Giles included.
You can hear shouting from up in the rafters. Wait, a weasel? Are you kidding me? And then another one, shut up, God. As they're like bouncing about up there. One of them just sort of shouts down, do you really have a weasel in your employ? How on earth do you get it in the city? I don't care. I don't want a weasel in here. Just call your friend off. This is getting us nowhere, and I'm getting obnoxiously tired.
You all come down here, and we can speak about this like civilized creatures.
A couple of like minutes of like as like they're clearly like still sprinting around up there. You're all, I imagine, this has been going on for a couple of seconds now, like a good minute or two. Make me, Giles, I want you to make me a. Oh man, what would I make this? Make this a health roll. Make me a health roll.
A health roll. Rating 4. So. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. 100%. So you may not be the most clever, and you certainly aren't the sneakiest, as this is demonstrated. But you are fit, my dude. And as far as mice go, like, you might think you have a little bit of rat in you, but like with that physical acumen, that's almost believable. These mice are starting to tire, and you are not. You got enough cardio in you where you're capable of keeping pace. You're starting to run them down, and like one of them is getting a little too like close enough to take a swipe at in the next couple seconds. And you can start seeing like eyes widening beneath the brown cloak ahead of you. The one with the scythe is falling a little bit further behind than the one with the short sword and the black cape. You hear him say, "If we come down, he won't fight us. He won't kill us, right?"
If you do evil, you be afraid, for the saint is not bad ein sword in vain. He's like spinning his sword around to the pommel end, and he's about to like bonk him over the fucking head with it.
I suggest you come down here now before he attacks you anyway. If you're down here, I can at least try and keep his wrath away from you.
You needn't be afraid of a weasel, lad. You need to be afraid of me. Just screaming as he's running.
Make me another persuader roll. This time add 2 dice for situational modifier. I think I could call an angry Giles a very potent weapon of wit here. 1 success on their part.
Break the streak. Break the streak. Break the streak.
And this will be for you, Sienna.
Oh, I thought it was on red.
Oh, I'm sorry. What am I rolling?
Persuader check.
Persuader check.
Okay,
You have a
Oh, I
situational
thought it was
Red.
red rolling. Yeah.
No.
Red roll.
Red, also, you did succeed on that health roll, so make sure you mark the pass on that.
Hell yeah.
And you also add 2 dice to that.
Oh, I do. Okay,
Yeah,
so
because Red is literally terminatoring after these guys.
Oh no.
Okay, so that is no successes on Praetor.
Looks like they're getting fucking bonked.
This might
trying.
be, yeah. They have
That's
1
it.
success. They have 1 success, you have 1 traitor. So that means you would need to roll 2 successes to match them and force a roll.
If I use a persona point to roll again and I get 1 success and we would tie and can roll off.
Well, you would need to get 2 because you have a traitor.
Oh.
Traitor's actively
And
success. So right now you're at -1 success.
How many
So
persona points do I have?
At the very top you have 3.
Let them bonk them.
Let them
All
be
right.
bonked.
They could have listened to reason. They chose not to.
Yeah, it seems terror guides their speed more than rationality.
I guess they're not afraid enough.
Or more like they're too afraid. You're doing a really good job of scaring the piss out of them. So, Red, I'm going to say that at this point, battle will be joined. I'm going to let you get a swing in first. So we're going to move into combat. But first, you can make a fighter roll, if you'd like, against these mice.
Okay, my Claymore has +1 S after a successful attack. What does that mean?
So that means you just get a straight-up success, regardless of the results of your roll. So in addition to anything you might generate. Yeah, it's pretty nuts.
Damn,
+1
okay.
success is great. Now, you're going to choose, because this is how conflicts work, which one of these 4 methods of attack you're going to be using. In order to do this conflict, because I'm just flipping all the way over to it, because it's actually pretty easy to find. So here we go. You need to choose one of 4 options. You need to choose, if this will ever open up for me, my dude, my brother in Christ. Here we go. Okay, so attack, defend, feint, or maneuver. Your choice on which of these 4 you're doing From the way you're describing it, I highly would suggest probably attack.
This is definitely an attack. I also have -1 die to defending or fainting, so we're not doing that.
That is very fair. So this bandit is using a maneuver, which is a so it's your fighter versus their fighter.
They're not winning.
I highly doubt they will. And they
They're
also
so
only this particular one has a scythe, which I'm going to count as a quarterstaff because it's not particularly it's literally a farming implement here. This isn't like a weaponized scythe or anything. It's literally just dude grabbed a scythe. So in this instance, yeah, no benefit. So it's just a straight fighter. Roll that out, Chief, and add your success. Oh yeah, no, they're not winning. Not against that. That is 3 successes on your dice roll, 1 traitor's that goes down to 2.
And then 3 again from the weapon.
Yep, exactly. So you are beating them. You do win. Red is winning again, everyone. So you get a chance to swipe at this guy. Describe what you do, because you're gonna land a hit. It's just not gonna be OC.
He's so he's going to, like I said, he's gonna turn his blade around. He's basically gonna like toss his blade up and catch it by the blade, and put his gauntleted hand, which would be this one, on the bottom of the blade to like move it, and he's just gonna bonk this guy. He's gonna literally murder stroke him over the head.
End him rightly.
I'm not taking the pommel off of this thing.
So you go for the swing and using the gauntlet, and it's the home run swing you got here. You're going for the full Babe Ruth during this league.
Giles is not an amateur. He doesn't hold his sword like a baseball bat. He's swinging like down and over.
You're right. Okay, going straight over.
You killed the
angle.
Yeah.
I mean, a crossguard will go through your skull if swung by a trained swordsman.
Heading into the pommel.
Oh, with a pommel? Oh.
That's probably not a
Jesus Christ. It's still gonna hurt really bad.
Hey, Kev, so far the stakes are pretty low, just to let you know. So you go in for the swing, you don't hit them in the head, but you do catch them in the hip. Literally, you can make that swing and you hear like a crack. Not like a broken bone, but like something popped. And the mouse in the brown cloak with the scythe sort of shouts in pain at that. So a complication arises. Excellent. This is now a more difficult task. Good to know. We are now maxed out, by the way, on task difficulty. This was a 2-staged encounter. It is now a 3-staged encounter. So, thank you, Kevbot. So then, fight time. Here's how this works. Each of you two have to choose one of the 4 things: attack, defend, feint, or maneuver. That is your choice. I'm gonna have you each dancing with one of our thieves at random. So the thieves will make their own rolls. I'm gonna write this down. So make your choice right about now.
Just to clarify, has one of them come down that I'm going to be fighting in this turn?
Not yet, but this is a narrative combat system, so you can engage them. You can use your weapons and tools creatively.
Okay.
So, like, if you want to, like, bonk the rafters and try to get them to shake off and around, you can totally do that.
Just don't throw your weapon.
Didn't plan to.
All right. So, what is happening? What are you doing? I'm going to go first with Siena. What are you doing?
I guess I'm gonna. I don't know if they're gonna come down here or not. Is the thing. I want to start climbing up, only for them to climb down immediately.
I mean, you would have the high ground out here, so there is a little merit to that. Jumping down on someone is a lot easier than leaping up to them.
True. Yeah, I guess I'll start climbing up.
Okay, I would say that'd be a maneuver.
Okay.
So That would be, entertainingly, the one that is going to be fighting you is also maneuvering. They see you climbing up the rafters, and they're trying to play keep away on you. We'll see what they're capable of. This is the one with the short sword, so there's no advantage for them on that, as I recall. So, huzzah. Yeah, this is just a sword, which is just one action of choice. I'm going to smooth attack that he chose, so just normal dice roll. So I want to say you can make your mouse nature as a roll, since that has climbing inherently in it. That's probably your best bet, I would say. And we're going to make the roll they have. So that is... Okay, so that is 2 successes to you, and 1 success to this dude, as it's 2 successes, 1 traitor. That is 1 success on their... So you advance forward in your fight with this dude. They're trying to get farther away from you. This is the one with the short sword, by the way. And as you get closer, you can see the thief turn to face you. And this thief has this very, noticeable peach fur under a black cloak. And also, it's a she, as you've gotten closer. You can see she's got something behind her cloak. Like she's holding her cloak over her chest, clearly nursing a package. She has her hand drawn on the short sword that's halfway out. She was trying to sort of leap around the rafters, but as you climb up, you manage to leap to the other side and cut her off and clamber up, and she kind of just hunkers back a little bit, blade drawn. We're just trying to make a living here. Just let us go, and no more blood need be spilled. Your mad compatriot notwithstanding.
Give me the package that you took from our convoy, and I'll call him off.
You can see her eyes narrow as she contemplates. Giles! What's your plan of attack, my dude? Attack, defend, maneuver, feint.
Kill.
Kill!
No, would a maneuver be pushing them?
It could be, yeah. Maneuvers are kind of assumed to be, basically I'll let you know what a maneuver is. Maneuver usually falls into your nature, usually as an ability roll, but in terms of mechanically speaking, it would be the equivalent of getting a better position if you do want to push or make a flanking move. If you were to try to push them or shove them, that could be a maneuver. An attack also could be flavored for that as well. It's really the intention behind it. If you're trying to cause active harm, that would be attack. If you're trying to position yourself to gain advantage over them instead of just causing physical harm, that would be a maneuver. So it's the mindset really more than that.
How high of a fall is it?
For you guys, it's about 2 mouse heights. It's not enough to seriously hurt, but it's enough where you can knock the wind out of you. You land wrong, you could sprain something.
You can fall far.
Well, I could do some Legend of Zelda shit and just fucking drop down on him with the sword. I don't know. I kind of just want to keep hitting him until he stops.
You can totally do that. You can make another attack roll.
I'm gonna fucking smack the shit out of him.
All right. That's very fair then.
Mm-hmm.
So this is... Okay. So this dude was doing a feint against you. Hilariously, if played against an attack, the feinting player may not attack or defend. So, in short, he was going to do something sneaky, and then you just took your sword and you went at him again. He just kind of has to take it. So this is not an opposed roll this time. It's just a straight roll on your... So roll your fighter. I don't think we need to give you any modifiers for this beyond what the sword would give you.
Oh no!
Holy shit, we might actually need to give you some modifiers. Holy crap.
That is 2 failures. Well, no, it would be one. It'd be 1 failure. It'd be 1 negative.
But that advantage negates it out.
Oh, what can I do to add to this? I guess I can spend my last persona point.
I will say right now, it doesn't hurt you, but it does put you in a weird position. So I will say, if you don't at least even out your successes, the swing you're about to take is going to plant the hilt of your sword into one of the wooden A-frames on the top of the, like in the rafters, and it's going to just be wedged in there.
He's gonna swing his sword, and it's like it's gonna get stuck, and he's gonna like look at his hands and see his sword is like stuck in the ceiling. I'm gonna go with that because that's funny. He's gonna go. See his sword stuck, but he's fisticuffs. He's ready to keep fighting. Doesn't even have a weapon anymore.
It's moments like this that you're reminded that there are, in fact, occasionally rare disadvantages to being tall, and having an incredible reach in an enclosed space, which has a lot of very squishy wood in it, does occasionally pose a problem.
Brett and I both know that insanely well, yeah.
Yeah, you can feel the thunk as it goes into the wood above you, and just it will not move. If you want to, you can take a whole turn to pull it out, but you're going to need to go on the fence for that. And hey, Nathan.
He's gonna punch I'm gonna keep fucking punching them.
I will say, in the distance, Jakan, I want you to make me... this is an interesting rule. I'm not used to make these, but we're going to try this. I'm going to have you if it'll open up, roll me a hunter.
Hunter roll.
I'm not used to you making rolls for this, so...
Fuck.
Alright. You're currently distracted at the moment.
I have given up on my search in this district, and I've just started perusing different fish at this point. I don't think Dukan's ever eaten fish before, so he's just wandering from like stall to stall, eating raw fish, just like, don't like that one. Takes another one. No, don't like that one. He doesn't really care for any of them because they're not cooked.
Yeah,
you're gross.
You're getting a lot of like looks from like vendors who are usually not used to giving out portions of samples in weasel size, and seem to be at the best of times crossed with weasels, and like largely tolerating you under the implicit threat of death of telling a weasel not to eat here. So like at the moment you're kind of like you're a little distracted. There's something in the back of your mind that's like starting to nag you, like it's been a bit of time, but not enough to like act on yet.
Fair enough.
So, what's your next action, folks? I will write them down myself. Let's see, and I'm gonna go. All right. So I have my actions. What are yours?
I think I'm going to do a non-lethal attack.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. As long as you just tell me like you're not actively trying to murder them, I will assume the better of you. Like if you crit the ever-loving shit out of them, and it's in like extreme circumstances, I might still be like, yeah, that might be like a little more brutal than you meant for it to be. But considering your tools and considering your, did you have a spear, I believe?
Actually, it might be more of a maneuver that I want to do.
Okay. For the record, the way that the weaponry works in the system is you don't spear and shield, you choose one. So if you want to, you can use your shield and just like go in slightly less threatening than stab action, if you'd like. So if you want to do a maneuver, that's perfectly fine. Entertainingly, they were doing an attack action. Actually, yeah, an attack action again, which against a maneuver is a versus roll. So you're both going to roll off.
Okay. Maneuver is what we're rolling. Or, sorry, okay.
For you, it's going to be nature. For them, it's going to be fighter.
Okay.
So in this case, they roll off.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm rolling hot. I don't know what's up with me.
Stop!
I'm sorry. This is why I can't roll good when I'm a player.
Actually, this is fine.
I'm gonna try rolling one of my persona points.
Yeah.
This is fine. Get it out now. Get it out now so that when Covet comes around, it'll...
Oh, that right there, that's a roll off. So roll your pool again, add your persona die to it, because it is technically... So that's going to be 5 dice versus the 4 they roll.
Ooh.
That's 3. And that is 2 successes and a 6. Could spend a fate point and start rolling extra roll your d6 again as an exploding die.
Sure, let's do that.
Okay.
Oh no.
And it's a 2. Unfortunately.
Oh, I tried.
Okay.
Sorry.
You can
I'll
spend
punch for
more personas you'd like.
I can take a little damage. I'll be fine.
So, what weapon are you using? Your spear or your shield?
My spear.
Okay. So, as you sort of like are doing your best to non-lethally strike, I mentioned using like the pommel of the spear, the flat of the blade. Sort of like jabbing and swinging it around, and this mouse sort of just like drops the parcel that was in their arm for a second, and you can see that it's actually hanging on the belt. It's been like latched onto it there. They probably just didn't want that because it would throw them off their balance. And the spear like stabs at them, and they bring it under their arm and sort of like slide forward and strike at you with the pommel of their short sword in the shoulder. You're wearing a lot of thick clothing, so it doesn't really like. You're also wearing light armor, so it actually does nothing. It reduces the incoming damage by 1, so you're good. You don't take any damage at all. But you do, like, feel the ringing in your shoulder where that hit was. That's going to be sore in a couple hours.
It's potato. Oh, that hurts.
Guiles, what's the plan, my man?
Kill.
All right. So this is versus a defend action. And
What a coward.
and entertainingly, that's just his. In this case, that'd be his nature, which, as a bandit, is a nature of 4. So rolling that 4. Wait. That's 1 success after modifiers.
All right. I am going specifically for non-lethal, but it's going to be funny
Okay.
if I succeed. It's going to be funny if I succeed. Let me add that in. Oh yeah.
Of course,
So-
now that you don't have your greatsword. Like,
I don't have my sword. I just have my fisticuffs. So here's what's gonna happen. The sword is stuck. So as he sees him defending, Giles is gonna do what he knows best. He's gonna grab this guy. He's literally gonna grab him by the scruff, and he's gonna say, "Praise be the Saint Ken of Battle, who trains my hands for war and my whiskers for battle." And he's gonna take him and smash him into the pommel and knock the sword free from the rafters.
I love that. Yeah, 100%.
Fucking Pirates of the
grabbed
Caribbean
him.
fight.
You grab him by his brown cloak, and he was bringing his scythe in to sort of like try to hook you, like your hand is sort of like pulled out. Like he was getting ready to hook you and move you, like a man catcher. And then you just like step past it, and his eyes go wide, and you just grab him by the scruff and yank him, and he just goes head first, and it's the flat of the blade, but he just pratfalls into it and lands on his back below you, and the blade just pop comes out and lands blade down in the timber next to you, ready to be grabbed at your discretion. You are effectively armed again.
I'm gonna rip it out of the wood.
So he appears to be. You rung his bell really good with that one. Oh man, yeah, no, he is down to 3 health. So in the distance, Dukan, make me another hunter roll.
Oh boy.
Add an extra d6 to this.
Boy.
That's more like it, Chief. You suddenly realize something. You've been hearing something on the edge of your hearing, like over the din of like the market. It seems benign, but you're kind of a little hyper vigilant at the moment. Even if you've been like fish, no fish, no fish, just like sampling fish as you've been going. You still like that little part in the back of your head started getting louder. You sort of perk an ear up, and you realize you're hearing the clang of metal in the distance. And it's not a blacksmith, that's swords clashing. And you get a little sniff with your wolf snoot, and you smell stress. and more than you would expect in like this market, like the stress of. And there's only 2 people you can think of that could be causing this at the moment in this relatively peaceful town.
I put my halberd between my teeth, and I just on all fours start sprinting towards high ground.
All right.
The sound.
Yeah, you're heading towards that longhouse. Mice literally dive out of the way of you as you come. You're like it's like a bus.
I gave
It's just
myself a wide berth with the halberd too.
Oh yeah, no, they have to. You're literally clearing the street as you're charging. Mice are diving out of the way into buildings to get out of the way of this giant like wrought iron rod and giant blade. A couple of merchants like barely pull the top of their like stands down to keep the blade from chopping their stands apart. You are blitzing there. You will be there in 1 round.
Oh.
Assuming this is not done by then. All right. I'm gonna roll up. I'm gonna do these actions again. Right down. Yeah, seems fair. Okay. I have my actions. Guiles, Siena, what you doing?
Maneuver.
Maneuver. Ooh, nice. That is gonna be a roll off for you. You're gonna roll your nature, and they're gonna roll their fighter. So, as they are attacking you. Clearly, they're pressing the advantage. They want to get in, hopefully incapacitate you. You don't think they want to kill you. They just want you off their back. There you go. That's only 1 success.
There. Well,
That's
I can.
2 successes. You succeed.
Oh yeah. Yes. Yeah. All right. I turn my spear around so the pointy end's facing them, but I just push the tip up right against the side of their neck under their chin. So.
Oh boy.
What's that?
I was just saying, oh boy. Okay, so you got the spear underneath their chin.
Yeah, like right there. And yeah, I'm not applying any pressure, but it's pretty much implied that if I move, I'll basically kill them.
So this mouse was going in for another pommel strike at you, and then they just sort of like notice the blade at their neck, and, like the little beady eye looks down, their whiskers sort of like recoil from the cold steel, sort of half to a stab, like on you. You can see like the pommel strike is up, but it's one of those like, it's like this. That could easily just be like a stab motion at this point, even though it wasn't the intention. It sort of just freeze there.
Enough. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all right. They just look at you as you say enough.
That's quite enough of all this fighting. Look, just give us the package, the one hanging off your belt right now, and we'll say that you got away while we were fighting, and we won't turn you in. Don't give us the package, and we'll continue to beat you up. I'm sure our weasel companion is on his way by now. Should have been here a lot sooner, but you know how they can be.
In the distance, you can hear crashing sounds as Dukan is blitzing his way across the area. I'm willing to say at this point you're like halfway across like other longhouses, getting closer to here. There's a rattling sound as your halberd is like across like a number of the rafters because it's heavier on one side.
Right,
And occasionally it's like you're just sort of like leaning, so occasionally it's like across there. It's audible. Like this is enough to make most mice defecate themselves in fear. And this mouse does not, to their credit, but their eyes like very clearly follow where your eyes are going. Look out the window. We drop weapons and I drop my package at the same time. Deal?
Drop the package, I'll pick it up, then I'll drop my weapon. Or you can deal with the weasel.
You can just see sparks grinding against the cobblestones outside from the halberd.
That's terrifying.
Make me a persuasion roll. Add 2 dice to this. You have definitely got this mouse in a bad position.
Poor Natalie's dealing with 2 meat heads.
Yes. 3 success.
They had none. They sigh. Fine. So bring their hand back, and you can see their hand. The other hand is up. Sort of like swaps the grip so it's facing away from you, and just slowly into their scabbard, and they go for their package. Meanwhile, Red, what are you doing? Because this is happening all at the same time, so you get one more round of
Hell yeah.
fighting.
Fighty time. Okay. Well, Giles is going to do technically a maneuver.
Okay. Interesting. This mouse is also maneuvering. Because clearly, they just got their clock cleaned, and you have a great sword again. And that has changed the equation for the moment, for this dude wielding what is basically improvised farming equipment. And so he wants to get the ever-loving F out of there. So it is a versus roll. You, I believe, because you have your sword, great weapon here. Yeah, you just get your extra. You just get your success, as I recall, because you have. Yeah, it was a halberd, is what it was, right? That we counted it as.
Yeah.
Oh no, it was an axe. It counted as an axe.
That's right. Yeah, it was an axe.
Yeah, so if you succeed on this, you get an extra success. So you just need to roll at least one success and not fail on the overall roll. So make your combat roll, and I'll have my friend here make his.
He's closing in for the kill, but not actually.
Closing in for the bonk.
Bonk.
That's one success on his part.
Let's see. So that's 6 for me. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then -1, so 3 successes.
Nice.
Actually,
And
4
then
successes.
Yep, because you add a success because you succeeded. Yeah, you 100%. How do you want to do this?
He's gonna take. He's gonna flip his sword around again, and he's not really using the blade, and he's gonna use the crossguard and hook him and pull him, and he's just gonna spin him around and throw him. And his attempt, who he is throwing him at, is the other mouse thief to like take them both out at the same time, just like bowling ball style.
You 100% do. You bring the blade down, and the crossguard hooks under them as they go with their scythe, and you can see they were like about to use their scythe to like pull them off of the roof. They're like halfway off, and then you catch them with the crossguard, and they can't get thrown, and you literally sort of swing them around and like throw them. They bonk into the other mouse that at the moment is spear to throat from Siena. And the other mouse just catches them, and you hear a as they both lift up and off the rafter and just land on the bottom. And you just hear the sound of groaning from below. Both are clearly alive, but they're done. That one mouse is down to like, for the record, with the non-lethal roll you've been making, even with that, that's still like they're down to 1 health. Like that dude's gonna be in the mouse ICU for a couple of weeks before they're able to walk without a cane. So,
Giles is gonna stand over the top of them, just like he's up on the rafters while they're below him, but like there's like just enough light to sort of like peer in to like illuminate him, and he's gonna like hold his hands out like this, and he's gonna have a sword in one hand, just like raising it high, and he's gonna say, "When evildoers came upon me to devour my tail, my adversaries and enemies of mice, they stumbled and fell upon my blade of righteousness."
Jesus Christ.
Derek, at this point, you arrive, not knowing what's going on. So,
on all D&D streams sometimes.
You could hear the sound of a very heavy thud inside, which sounds like mice hitting the floor. There is a door ajar. You cannot see in beyond, like, fish. Walls of fish.
I'm going to
do?
burst through the door.
All right. So you are running full tilt, I'd imagine. And that's like about, again, you're about 3 times the height of a mouse, which means you're about 6 times the mass. And so you utterly, like, barrel through the door, and the door just comes off its hinges and lands on the sides, knocking over a number of fish. And just the fish barrels all pour down. You can see ahead of you your two comrades in the rafters and the two thieves on the ground, like, at first they were clearly dazed, and then they look up and you see two little mouse mouths open in abject horror as this fully war-clad weasel busts in the doors. And you just hear this little, like this high-pitched mousy scream coming from both of them as they are immediately, like, hands up, drop their weapons. Completely. Except the one that had sheathed their weapon. Like, the one that you were fighting, Natalie. They just grab their short sword and just chuck it out of the way, hand up. And just immediately grab the package, hold it up. Here, take it, just go. And they just toss it down in front of you. Just don't eat us. Please.
I look at them for a second. Do they look anything like that drawing?
Oh, absolutely. It's the spitting image. That mouse, clearly the artisan mouse deserves a raise. Because they is spot on. You can see peach fur, black cloak, gray fur, brown cloak, a scythe, and a short sword with a red pommel. It is 100% that.
I weasel my way. See what I did there? Up the rafters. To the other two that are like up in there, and I just like grab them and pull them down, put them like in the middle of the floor, and then like sit like hot dog style down towards the door that I busted in to block their exit.
Yeah. For you, it's as easy as picking two children off the couch. Like, it's... For Mouse, this is like twice their height. It's basically the second story. For you, it's like cabinet height. So picking up and putting them on the ground, I'm not going to make a roll for that. It's pretty...
Once I'm on the ground, I'll grab the package.
Yeah, back coach.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to roll a die for this. Nice. So, I was actually hoping for that one. So,
what have I done?
as you pick up the package, you can see that during the fight, the chains have been broken, and the leather has been cut. And you can see the things are like opens, and this, what appears to be red cloth, like just flops onto the ground up.
I didn't look. Oh, quick.
I look.
Package. Gwendolyn's gonna be so upset.
Oh, I definitely will.
Giles gonna go look at it.
Scurry up like immediately.
Lady Gwendolyn told us not to look at this.
Square.
We didn't open it, so what's the matter?
I don't know about this.
What's that mean?
The two mice on the ground, hands up in the air. It's like, can we go? Please. Can we just be anywhere but here? But that.
No.
I'm just like...
Giles, just let them go.
No, I need him for something.
For what?
My horrible rituals where I sacrifice mice to the saints. He's going like, whoa, like over the top of the mice.
Just get out of here.
I
literally
misjudged you. You're all right.
Literally just like slinking down. Ah, yes, a complication arises. Perfect timing, actually, for this one, Nathan. This isn't for the encounters. So this is already a near max difficulty encounter. This is now at that level. So no more, I will let you guys know, no more complications arise. Will be effective beyond this point. So, Dukan, you're going to roll me this, because I need to make sure I got this right. Dude, get out of here. Get out of here, too.
Get the fuck out of here.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't need you.
Get out of here.
So, I'm actually going to say Dukan and Guiles, since you're both looking. I want you to make me... interesting. I want you to both make me will rolls.
I knew it was fucking coming.
One day, I had to make the roll. Both gonna
Oh,
make me make will rolls.
Gwendolyn warned us.
See, you do not make a will roll because you are not looking.
I listened.
This is blasphemy. It needs to be burned.
Nice.
0 successes.
No, 2 successes. You have a 1, and you have a 1, a 5, and a 6.
And then
So it
one
only
cuts
negates
out.
one of them.
So I do have one success. Cool.
You do. So, Red, you see it, and it just looks like a red cloak, a red mouse guard, from what you can tell. But it's old as all get out. It is
Oh my.
moth-eaten, frayed. You can see like places where it's been in a fight, where there's clearly been like weapon damage, where it's been sewn back up a little more coarsely than it already was. It's a fine cloak, or was hundreds of years ago. You can even see splotches of what appear to be blood on it, but they're dried. You don't know of what kind. It could be anything, predator or the wearer. Big question mark. You can see what appears to be a cloak pin in the shape of a hawk on it, which is very weird. Those sort of cloak pins are not seen very often. Most mice will not wear the imagery of predators for obvious reasons. It's kind of uncouth.
Saying you're on the other team.
Pretty
Shooting for the
much,
bad guys.
Dukan,
Yes.
do you have Derek? Do you have darker, more foreboding music?
Yes.
You might want to play that.
Oh no.
Yes. Yes, indeed.
Okay.
How dare you set the mood?
Perfect. Thank you. So, Dukan, you sort of inch forward, just sort of take a little sniff of it. Memory is tied to smell, as everyone would know. Stronger than most of the other senses. Your eyes don't always remember things so quickly. It's sort of consigned memory, but smell is almost an indelible link to the past. And this smell pulls you back. You see the same thing Red sees. But then, as you smell memories flash in your head, you very swiftly realize these memories aren't yours. There's something else's. Some deep, oppressed, historical memory that's somehow been passed down. Something's almost witchery about it. And you, in your mind's eye, hear the screams of hundreds of predators, and a war of many weasels, many mice, and the definite death howls of thousands of weasels. This cloak bears a fell memory. This is not merely the cloak of a mouse. This is the cloak of an ancient and fell mouse. A mouse that shouldn't be, but there's some part of them that still lingers. You can practically feel their skeletal claw on the back of your head, like the ancient little paw of something that will not die. And you remember back to your chambers in the Dark Heather, how when the dead are collected after a slaughter or after a feast, they're piled up in huge piles of bones, with a chamber that opens to the sky. Because the one thing that weasels fear is something they can't kill. They can't kill dead. So you let them go back to where they came from, to return to the sky above. But this cloak is something else. Whatever lives in this cloak doesn't want to go back. It's quite content being here. And you feel the implicit pressure of a thing that will gladly slay every weasel that is wrapped up in this cloth. And as you look at that brooch, the cloak pin on it, you can practically see the eyes of the hawk glow red. No one else sees that, by the way, just you. And it's enough to make you leap as you feel the shadow of wings on your back.
My hackles are all like standing on edge, and I'm like hissing like a snake and backing up into the corner, or like from the way that I came in.
What's happening? I don't want to look.
Nothing. Just a stupid cloak.
I don't know. I don't trust it. Put it back.
I'm going to say, Giles, one last roll on your behalf. I want you to make me a circles roll, and I want you to add war-wise to this.
Circles. Interesting. Okay, that'll be circles, so that'll be 4, and then 3, so 7 dice.
Indeed. Nice. Oh,
One,
that's
2, 3,
that's
4
enough.
successes, 2 next, so 2 successes.
Indeed, and those successes are a 5 and a 6. Good. While, for the record, mechanically speaking, folks, for who want to run Mouse Guard Mark 1, there is technically no distinction between rolling a 4 or a 6. It's all a success, but I like to weigh them, personally. I think it implies how far you've succeeded. So that's just a house rule for me. So, Red, you realize you might actually know where this cloak comes from. There's a lot of legends in the Mouse Guard. And a couple of years ago, at this point a decade ago, while you were just really like, you've been in the Mouse Guard long enough to have seen the edge of this conflict during the Hedgeham War. There was a brief period where a bunch of hedgehogs started a civil war in the mouse territories, and half of them fought on behalf of the mice, the other half gathered an army of weasels and attempted to overthrow Lockhaven. In fact, it's why you have these hedgehogs in your expedition. They're here on a penance quest to basically help you all get to where you're going and maybe start a new civilization, hopefully with their prior mistakes forgiven. During that time, some legends of the Mouse Guard in the past were more than just legend. You've heard the rumors of shadows of owls devouring weasels, and even the very trees themselves reaching out of the mud to drown people. The battle before Lockhaven has a lot of dark lore in it, and a lot of it's been just sort of attributed to shell shock and terror of soldiers. But you're a lord of a city, and you've been told that there might be a little more to it than that. Not that anyone gave you more. This is one of those things that, just sort of curiosity, sort of flipping through legends, you came across the founding of the Mouse Guard. It is said, and I will in fact read this verbatim, this is an important and pivotal moment in mouse history. Whoop.
Mouse tree.
Here we go. So, I am going to read this as I will, and I'll see if I can't find a digital version for us all to look at later for me to post for you guys. So, going back to it, here we go. This is the story of the hawk's mouse and the fox's mouse. There was a time before the mice of our land took up cloaks made of cloth, and defended their own. It was common that all creatures employed mice protectors. It was well learned that no animal was as cunning, as courageous as a mouse. Those protectors turned a blind eye to the plight of their own kind, and favored above all the praise of their masters. It was during this dark era there lived a field, and a hawk, and a fox. The hawk's mouse was known as Falkner, and was a brave warrior. And the fox's mouse was known as Sylphan, and he was dedicated to his son. Both had their respective families imprisoned by their lords. The hawk held the wife of Falkner, and the fox held the son of Sylphan. Falkner believed in the hawk's promises, and believed in the order he attributed to the region. Sylphano, however, fought only for his son, and when he was told to go and slay the hawk, he told his son to flee if he were to fail, for he knew the fox would consume him. But Falkner trusted his master, and told his wife not to worry, that he would go and slay the fox's mouse, and be back in time for dinner. They found each other in the field, and a great battle ensued. All the mice of the field began to appear and watched this battle occur, including the wife and the son. And eventually, a poor misstep led to Sylphano stepping on a thorn and falling to the ground. And as Falkner came in for the final blow, and the son of the fox's mouse screamed in horror, the wife of the hawk's mouse stepped forward and begged Falkner to sheathe his blade. Why should mice fight on behalf of their predators? Why should they not fight for each other? Is there not enough difficulty in the wild? And Falkner, for the first time, felt doubt in his heart, as a falcon's wings darkened the field, and descended upon his wife, and grabbed her and lifted her up to crush her, screaming, "How dare you? Why? I say it, and it is done. My word is law. It blossoms pardon and drips death for those of your kind. And in this moment, Faulkner, seeing truly what he served, in rage grabbed his blade, and the hawk, so certain of his superiority, never saw what killed him. He looked and was no more. The fox, terrified at this, saw what could happen if mice turned against predator, and fled the field, evading the mice who now gathered, suddenly growing bold at seeing their oppressors killed. It was later understood that the mice then gathered together, and it was in fact Faulkner's wife who became the first matriarch, and they became the first two mouse guard, donning cloaks of mouse manufacture. This cloak, this blood-red cloak, is very likely the first cloak of Sylphin, the fox's mouse, and one of the two founding mouse guard. This thing has been worn for hundreds of years by a legendary, likely have been in every war the mice have ever fought in. If there's any superstitious bone in your body, this thing drips with a history of violence. It is practically bane to predators, and as close to supernatural as you're going to come across. Suddenly, his reaction makes a little more sense. I'll leave it at that.
I'm like peering in from the doorway.
Is it gone? So you know all of this now, or at least you've recalled it, Giles. It's up to you to decide what to do with that knowledge, but it's very clearly... This is like, also for the record, Sylphina would be one of your greatest saints, most assuredly. Like, his tale has been passed down, but this is a little bit more fact than the myth. Thank you, I appreciate Sadie.
Yeah, that was really good, Red.
Yeah. I cannot recommend enough. Seriously, folks, go pick up the Mouse Guard comics. They're really good. Legends of the Mouse Guard is one of my favorites. It's filled with really cool stories.
So how do you spell his name? So I can put that down in my notes.
Sylphina? Silfano. And that was the fox's mouse, the one that tripped on the thorn, that Faulkner spared, and the one that cared for his son.
Yeah. Giles is going to drop the whole macho demeanor for a little bit, and he's gonna surprisingly he's gonna set his sword down, and he's gonna take the cloak and he's gonna start wrapping it up, and he's gonna put it away and start sealing it up. He's gonna tuck it under his arm, taking very good care of it.
Okay.
You two mice, point to the thieves. Meet me in an hour on the outskirts of town.
Sure. You mean by the cliff or the gate? Kind of just... This is the blonde one, who's clearly a little bit more cognizant than the gray mouse, who is still clearly dazed, terrified, and just staring in abject shock. Clearly this dude's gonna need a drink.
Cliff, meeting by the gate? What are you, stupid? You want to get caught by the guard that easy?
Right, of course. Slowly stand up and see the blonde one scoops her arms underneath the gray one's arms and sort of just fireman carries him towards the door. He's using his scythe practically as a crutch. We'll be there. She sort of just nods and they disappear out the back.
I'll watch him go. Put my head back.
Job's done. He's gonna pick up his sword and haul it over his shoulder, and he's gonna start walking out.
Okay. Did you wrap it back up in the leather again?
Well, what, the cloak?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was very meticulous. He wrapped it back up, and if the chains are about, he's gonna use those to wrap it back up as well, best he can.
Okay. The chain is damaged, but you can sort of tie it really loosely. It's enough though with the belt on it. It'll cinch up tight again.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Okay. It is covered and no longer.
Is it secret? Is it safe?
It's sacred. It's an artifact, practically a reliquary.
Don't like.
Maybe a surprise to you, Weasel. But we might also have our superstitions.
Superstitions.
Aye.
That smells of death. No superstition.
Ye be a predator. Of course it smells of death.
I can't turn my nose up at it. Like, I don't want to smell it.
You're off your head. As he started walking out and back onto the street.
Let's get out of here so I can tell Preston we were successful on our mission.
Oh, I'll let you take all of the credit for it too, don't worry.
Don't try the fish.
So you three leave the now pretty beat up longhouse. There's a bunch of turned over fish containers and the door is busted in. But you now have what you've been charged with, and you've completed your mission. For the record, just to let you all know, the first difficulty was finding them, the second difficulty was subduing them, the third one was dealing with the cloak. So that was the highest level the encounter you could get in terms of a 3-tiered encounter. Well done. Thank you all, by the way, chat, for making that even
Thanks,
interesting. I was hoping someone would. You actually might have accelerated some of my lore plans on this. I'm excited. So,
Let's go.
all right. I imagine you folks are heading back down towards Port Sumac at the bottom to Gwendolyn's Tortoise to meet with her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When you arrive, you can see Gwendolyn, Saxon, and Cedric are standing at the table on the Tortoise's deck, and you hear a guard say, "Mime, they've arrived." And as Gwendolyn turns around, you can see Cedric practically leap over the table and run over to you guys. Did you find it?
We did.
And he holds his hands out.
Giles, give him the package.
Oh,
Mhm.
I guess I should do that.
Mhm.
He's gonna reach under his arm and hand it over. Take better care of this next time. I'll personally be the one that answers to you.
He takes it and looks at it and then hears what you say. Just puts back down it and nods. It's more important than even you know, I imagine. Gives it a pat.
That's what you think.
He smiles. Well, thank you. And he stands up, and you can see Gwendolyn and Saxon watch Cedric walk into the depths of the Tortoise's decking and go deeper into it, and sort of disappear under lower level. They actually don't go after. And so Gwendolyn turns to you three and then nods. Well done. And the thieves, if I might ask?
Apprehended and dealt with, of course.
Delightful. Well then, it's that loose end tied up. We've found what the vulnerability in our security was, and we have addressed it. And besides, it won't matter much anyhow. We'll be heading out of port later tonight. Speak of, we'll blow the horn 3 times. Third time we will depart from the port. So if you're not on your barge by then, we'll be left behind. Be aware of that. Well done, my friends. And she squints up at Ducant. And let's just say expeditionaries. Well done. She nods and walks back up the tortoise. So you've accomplished your mission. It's player turn now.
We did it.
So what do you all want to do? And if you need a break, I'm totally down with giving you guys a little.
Yeah, maybe quick 3-minute break or something.
I'm down with it.
All right. Don't go anywhere, anybody. We're going to take a quick 5-minute break, and we'll be right back with more Mascot. Welcome back, folks. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. We're sure to appreciate y'all. Omni, what's going on?
Hey, howdy, hey. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much, Derek. So, first off, you all completed your mission for the session, so we can now go into some chill, just like generic fantasy music if you want
Forgot
to
to
go
hit
back
skip,
from the...
I'm sorry.
No, you good, Chief. We back to our casual stuff. So, and I felt it was a good place to leave off that music too, and what you were bearing. So, you now have the run of the place. The player turn begins. Each of you has one thing you can do, one free check. I'm willing to give 2 to you specifically, Natalie, since you didn't get to do one earlier. So, let's go and see what do you think you're going to have your character do, Sienna? Given that they have not Spruce Tuck, keep doing that. Port Sumac at their disposal for, I would be willing to say, another 6 hours.
I might go purchase some supplies.
Okay. Alrighty. So if that's the case, then you're looking to get yourself, is there any particular kind of supply you're looking for? Medication, knowledge, like research, weaponry, armor, or just food, weather watching tools or equipment?
Do mice read at all?
This came up earlier.
Or do they have books?
Yes. So, this did come up earlier, and
I wasn't
mice.
here for that.
Nope, exactly. That's why we're talking about it now. Mice, like weasels, live in an Iron Age society. If the mice are basically like a level of, I'd say their civilization is like Proto-Europe, around the area, like prior to England being settled by the Britons, and was still in the age of like around where Saxons and all those folks were tearing up the countrysides. So not everyone reads, but I will say your character actually has more reason than most because you actually administrated a business. Your family brought you up, not initially as a warrior, but actually as a tradesperson. So, as a result, you probably do read. I'm willing to say that. So yeah, you can totally read if you wanted.
Thinking I might purchase some reading material, something to keep me entertained during lulls of the voyage.
Alright, awesome. So if that's the case then, I'm gonna say you're making me a persuader. And actually, you're gonna automatically succeed on this one, I would say. So actually no, you just make the check for free, that's what it is. So you can add Haggler and Persuader to this roll if you'd like. Roll this out, let's see what we get.
Let me see what I have for Haggler real quick. Okay, so it's gonna be 14. Terrible.
No, that's a success. Impossible difficulty. Let's see. So you look around the many different trade stands of Port Sumac, and you can see a number of them are still picking up from the mild havoc caused by Jacon's sprint through. It isn't like it's destroyed the whole thing, but there are a couple, like, knocked over carts and a number of, like, broken pots and stuff. Weasels barreling down mouse-sized thoroughfares is going to cause damage. But for the most part, they seem to be recovering and reopening their stores. And you see one particular merchant, a mouse which appears to be wearing, like, a little pair of what appear to be, like, scholar's glasses on, like, a little ratcheting mechanism on their head, and a nice, rich blue set of clothing that indicates they're probably from Spruce Tuck, which means that they are likely either scientists or historian, or they're usually the more like one of the more educated cities where primarily their exports are brain power and things relating to that. And you can see this mouse is sort of like picking books off the floor. And you can see two books on the floor ahead of you. One of them is, in particular, an old tome. I'm willing to say that from the distance you're at, you can see it appears to have seems to be like the extended history of Mouse Guard. The fact and the myth is what the title would be, like the little subtitle on it. And the other one appears to be Lands Unknown. And you can't make out who the author is. It seems like it's scratched out like 3 to 4 times over. So there's probably multiple authors, and none of them wanted the others to get credit. So spite makes fools of us all, apparently even mice. The mouse sort of turns around and looks. Yes, what can I do for you?
I came here to browse, but oddly enough, the 2 books that are right there are quite interesting to me.
Oh yes. Oh jeez, I can't believe these. That weasel just absolutely knocked everything over, and I'm spending my time on my knees picking them up as opposed to sorting books and selling them.
Oh, there was a weasel here. Oh, how intriguing.
Yeah, fearsome one. Rattleskin cloak. I have to assume they're with the guard.
Oh, how terrible! How terrible! I'm
gonna, by the way, presume you claimed your. I'm gonna presume that because I'm not gonna make you run back to get it.
Yeah, no, I definitely grabbed my cloak, and probably wearing it like awkwardly, like trying to push it back out of sight.
Oh, you needn't apologize. I understand. I heard of what's going on with the expedition. I know you have weasels amongst you. It's not like you have to answer for everyone. Besides, they didn't really cause as much damage as I was afraid a sprinting weasel would cause. Really, it was more curious than anything else.
Fascinating story to tell the grand mice, huh?
One day, when I have grand mice, mayhaps, we'll see. But you were interested in these 2.
Yes.
I'm willing to part with them for a little bit of coinage. Let's say we consider 4 gold pieces, and the haggling at this point would start.
I have 4 gold pieces. This is the first question. I don't know where my gold is.
The good news is in this system there is no gold. You instead have resources. It's kind of like World of Darkness. Your money is sort of abstract. And coinage varies from place to place. This isn't like Dungeons and Dragons, where one city's coinage is acceptable everywhere else. As an example, in Spruce Tuck, they will not take Apple Loft coinage. It is on the opposite side of the continent and meaningless to them. But you're with the guard, and there's an understanding you travel for. So stranger coinages are usually accepted, and it's just sort of factored into being charitable.
We're not. So it's like samurai.
Mhm.
It's like we're samurai, and it's like, hey, the shogunate needs you to give us these books to entertain his samurai while we're on the road. Oh yes, it'd be my honor to give you these books.
Kind of, yeah. A little bit, yeah. It's a little closer to like a Ronin situation, because technically the cities don't... The power structure between the Mouse Guard and the cities is one of separation. So it isn't like the Mouse Guard actually lord over the cities, and in fact the Mouse Guard serve at the behest of the cities. But they are universally, across the Mouse territories, considered usually a good thing. Even the cities that don't like the Mouse Guard still appreciate when they deliver their mail and help them deal with predators and threats. So there's a fair bit of goodwill in the region, and they're willing to help out where they can, especially like the average individual mouse who usually looks up to the Mouse Guard. So with very little pressure, you're able to talk this guy down. I would have made you roll your resources. I'm just going to give you a pass on it, so just put yourself a check on your resources there. As you're able to negotiate a pretty reasonable sum. You go from like 4 gold, which you wouldn't have had because you've never been this far anyway.
I
to
3 buttons.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you are able to borrow practically a little bit of silver and like one of those buttons you found. And that's something that he's willing to accept, both for the scientific curiosity of it, as well as also just It's Mouse Guard. We'll be nice. And he takes the books, wraps them up in a little brown paper satchel with some twine, and hands them over. I hope they serve you well on your trip.
I appreciate you.
So we're going to go from that to Dukan. What are you doing during your downtime?
Picking up my shield.
Nice. So at this point, the guards at the gate just kind of let you in. They know the havoc you caused inside, but also know that you did a good service for the Mouse Guard. Word gets around. And they're not going to make an issue of it. Besides, you're only going to be here for like another couple of hours. Whatever. Better to let you have the run of the place than try to resist and cause more panic. So they open the gates and let you through. Mouse and Armor just kind of nods as you walk by. He clearly appreciates your discretion having killed anyone. So, when you get into the city, you find the Armorer Mouse and the other 2 trades mice. I believe it was a tanner and armorer, since they would need to work together to make the shield. And the chef who's jerking the meat. And I keep saying that every single time because I think it's funny, and it's true. The proper term. So the armorer, when you get over to him, is currently finishing the process of sort of like riveting the leather, a shield as big as him. And for him, like, this is the biggest thing he's ever worked on. For you, it's like it's a little bigger than a buckler, but it will definitely serve the function of a shield. It's more than enough to defend you against mouse kind, and even most other weasel kind and creatures of that size. So he turns around, and you can see this man in a leather coat with like these soot-stained mouse paws and a face coated in black dust. Just sort of like, oh, right, weasel. Right. So, we finished up the shield. It should be good to take. Just leave it out in the sun for a day, and it will be done. It just needs to finish curing. Then wash it off with salt water, and that should finish the process. What do you have in coinage, if I might ask? Do you have coinage?
Dukan picks the shield up and like puts it on his back, and then like kind of just looks at this little mouse for a second, and then just starts walking towards the door.
All right. You're gonna make me a persuader roll.
Oh boy, I've only failed these so far.
You have, and I'm gonna give you your will as a bonus to this, because you're not really trying to negotiate in good faith. You're trying to way out of here.
Oh fuck! I can't believe I've done this.
The curse continues. For the record, if you have any persona, you can expend if you'd like.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So you can expend them 1 point at a time as you'd like.
That just gets rid of one of the traitors, and now it's
Actually, that's a 3, not a 4. So that's a fail, because 3, 1, 2, and a 3 don't succeed. So it's not a traitor, but it doesn't succeed.
Oh, that doesn't replace the one?
No, it doesn't. It only you need a
no.
success to cancel out the one. Yep. Now that said, if you roll that does succeed, so you've canceled out.
Oh, that was 2 persona I just used.
Yep, but you do succeed. So at first, you can see the mouse about to say something along the lines of like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get the god there," and then like he looks up and then like immediately realizes this is a fucking weasel.
I think I just like turned my head over my shoulder like at just like a 27-degree angle to where you just like barely see my eye. Just like look, and like it's like looking forward, and then for a second it like flicks to look at him.
Yep, he immediately like pauses his walk, his indignant like huffed like posture. As a favor to the god, go, weasel. My blessing. Use the shield in good health. Hope you don't hold it high enough. And he just sort of like huffs back on into the workshop. you can hear within there's a tanner, the same one that you met earlier. You only hear the voice, you don't see him. He just says, "So, how much did he? He didn't pay." And he just said, and then like a couple seconds later, like, "Right, he is a weasel. Fucking duh." Like that's. So you succeed, and you can check your will, and also your persuader with a pass. So. And for the record, when you fill up your passes and fails, you just empty the one that you completed. So if you built up your passes all the way to the end, you level up and clear out your passes, start fresh. But if you have a bunch of fails, you don't clear those out. If that makes sense.
Yep.
All right, cool. Red, what's Guiles up to right about now?
Well, he's gonna go meet with those two upstanding citizens at the hill, as it were.
Yes, excellent. You get into the city, and the guards, at this point, like, the mouse in the plate mail actually opens the door, and as he does, he looks you in the eye and he says, "Welcome to Port Sumac, Lord." And he inclines his head. Clearly you have impressed the dude. As he gestures for the grand expanse of the battered town ahead of you. And you make it through without much complaint.
He respects me now that I blew smoke in his face.
He respects you now that you've gotten results.
And I blew smoke in his face.
And you blew smoke in his face. You did T-pose. You did T-pose to, to oppress him with your power.
Dominance.
Yes,
Sigma Rule 13,009. Blow smoke in people's faces.
You get all the way out to the cliff, and you can see the two mice, the two bandits, sort of sitting there, cloaks drawn back, sort of like just kicking at the air, waiting. They're not doing anything particular, just like chilling out. And one of them spots you, the gray one with the scythe, which is currently set down. They're clearly not armed to fight. Sort of like slowly holds their hands up again. And you can see that one of their legs has been bandaged up. Well, we're here. What can we do for you, Mouse Guard?
Giles is just examining his pipe, mostly because I think I just broke mine.
Aw.
Oh no.
That's alright, I can replace it. Oh, yeah, that's broke as fuck.
Fuck,
Anyway.
devastating.
Damn, man.
Oh, fuck. Anyway. You two must be pretty good to steal something that high value.
And the blonde furred female speaks up. Aye, we've done our fair bit of thieving. It puts some bread on the table. In fairness, we just kind of nicked whatever we could get our hands on down. A couple of other thieves took the opportunity. We kind of went for the big one. And, well, we're fast on our feet, but we're not used to having to court weasels and, well, wolf-from soldiers.
Aye, most people aren't. So sounds to me like he's just trying to get by.
It's a living. It's not a good one, though.
The life of a thief is often short and sad.
That sort of gets them both to, like, look down a little bit. They don't say anything back, but, like, yeah, they agree, clearly.
He just gestured with his head. Come on in. He tossed them to, like, he tossed them some of the linen that he tore out from the bed sheets earlier. Put these over your head so you don't get fucking caught in the street.
They just sort of look at each other and wrap it around them, and they look... The linens were like a rich red with like gold thread inlaid into it. So, like, it looks like a cloak, but it also looks like they're wearing bed sheets on there, and they look kind of goofy. But it is concealing their cloaks and their like faces as they like don these things over them. I appreciate the gift. What do you want us to do now?
He's gonna look over his shoulder. Oh, you're coming with me.
The sister looks over at the brother, and the brother just sort of shrugs, and they follow after you. They're clearly beyond putting up a fight. This is obviously not something they want to push today.
They already tried to do that once, and it didn't work out very well for them.
One of them's got a very noticeable limp as he's using his scythe as a cane at the moment.
B. Giles throws people across the ground. Also, Giles, make friends with those people.
They follow you wherever you want to lead them.
He is going to lead them down to the barge. His barge.
All right. So I'm willing to say that the barge that you're on is actually there's been a little bit of like moving around of personnel, and so like you have a tortoise all to yourself. I am gonna put this in your hands, chat. Give me a cool medieval European name. It can be anywhere. I don't care. Anything. It can be Celtic, it can be Irish, it can be Scots, Saxon, Britain, France, Spain, whatever. If it's in Europe, hit me with it. I'm interested in it. My favorite one becomes the name of this tortoise. And so you can see this tortoise, who is a little more like brown than the other ones. Sort of just like nod slowly and make a loud creaking sound as you approach, and the mice in the cloaks just sort of like just keep really close to you as they walk through a camp filled with guards, and approach a tortoise that is laden with many like plaid kilted warriors, some of whom like cheering and toasting each other, and you can see one of them is currently arm wrestling Arabelle. And Arabelle utterly flings their ass off the tortoise with her victory to a bunch of raucous cheers. They kind of like look at you and then look at the tortoise. All right, so Belly of the Beast. Please don't tell us you're gonna beat us up more.
Oh no. Hop aboard.
Wait, us? On that?
Who the fuck else would I be talking to?
Wait, you want to conscript us into the guard?
You don't really have a choice. I'm kind of levying you, not conscripting you.
Right? Then the sister steps forward. Will we at least get a fair ration? And the benefits of the guard if we were to conscript or be conscripted?
You'll get the benefit of me. I'll make sure you eat well. As long as you do your share of the work. Kind of how it is around here.
They look at each other, and then they both smile. The sister extends a hand. All right, so be it. We're in. And extend a hand to shake.
It clasps their arm. Give it a shake.
Congratulations,
Welcome.
Chief. You got 2 more.
Yes. Welcome to Wolfram's finest.
From the tortoise, you can hear a cheer as the crew looks down and sees they got him, including the dude who's been thrown off, who's like at your feet in the dirt, sort of like from the ground, as they all just like cheer at this new person who's joined them. I'm gonna say, looking at all of these, first off, ham boning will save your life one day. Good reference, regular show.
Fucking love
right
that
here in the
show.
I
heart.
forgot about that show.
I love that show so much. I am going to say, out of those two, I am divided between Bertrude and Bergild. Believe it or not. So I'm gonna roll
Bertrude.
this. Cool. Well, Bergild is the name of this tortoise.
Damn it, I wanted it to be Bertrude.
Honestly, I kind of like Bertrude better.
So stupid sounding.
There we go.
It's better than Squeeb.
You know
Yeah, I was
what's-
gonna say I love Squeeb, but Squeeb absolutely
Destiny.
has to be a mouse, or has to be one of like the insects in the caravan. And yes, 100%, as long as that Squeeb is T-posing.
T-posing Squeeb.
Yo, standing Squeeb is like super cursed. Just look it up if you're out there.
Peebo.
So Red, considering the amount of effort you went through to make this stuff happen, I'm just gonna straight up give you a success on your persuasion and your will. So just check both of those. You did good.
Nice.
So I'm gonna turn back to our final note. We're bringing it around town to Siena. I will remind you that you did say you wanted to impress Preston today, so that it was your goal. But you have one more action I'm giving you to recall.
Is it possible to state my action but not roleplay it and just have that be a part of the thing that I want to do?
Yeah, by all means.
Okay. After stopping and buying some books, I also stop at a bakery and select the best bread that I can find, because I am a baker after all, before I was a warrior. And then
Fair.
I'm gonna bring that to Preston
All
and
right.
impress him with my like, look, I'm not just a warrior. I also know food and things.
All right. So you find Preston, the center mouse in our little display area on board his ship, the Invicta. As he always can be found, as he's making his last preparations to shove off with the crew. And he's largely leaving it to them. They know what to do. It isn't going to take too much effort. As they also just like are checking the water wheels, making sure they occasionally you hear like the vrrr as the flywheel beneath the ship powers one of the engines, then the other. You can feel the whole thing like shift from side to side occasionally as the rudder. And eventually, when you step on board, you see Preston at the helm, which is on that second story of the Invicta there, above the cannon. He just sort of sees you and waves you up. And so, you presenting your bread to him, I'm going to say your attempt to impress our friend here is going to require, if this will work properly, please help me. Thank you. For this, it's going to be a circles roll, and I'm going to let you add Baker to this.
Okay. What do I have for Baker? Okay, not bad.
Escape from New York, Jesus Christ, that movie. I will say, out of all the stuff that I got in the divorce, this is the thing I didn't want, and I somehow got. I don't know.
The fact that you just have that
It's a classic. It's a classic. But man, that film chews the scenery so hard. All right, that is 2 successes after the traitor was one of your 3. Nice. Preston is in fact impressed. Baking is a huge and pivotal skill in the Mouse Guard. A lot of people don't think of it. They think it was just like in the modern day a hobby. Back then, baking was a way to preserve and make sure you could actually feed large numbers of people with very little. So that is like dropping your resume, and your resume is impressive. On top of the fact that you manage to capture those thieves. And Preston,
Preston.
you have impressed him. As you like hang out, you have a nice, lovely night. I will say one moment that we're not going to roleplay unless you feel like you're interested in it. But if not, no worries. Preston does bring up that he sort of knows what's going on with the cloak, but he doesn't get into too much detail. He sort of dances around the topic.
Preston him? Preston him for more?
Make me a persuader this one. And because you rolled your bake, I'm going to give you the baker to add on to it again, because you're eating the bread and it is delicious bread. So
I ask him when his mouth is full, so he's caught off guard.
Off mouth.
very fair.
Mouse.
It's a one. I got one. Success.
Success. Yeah. Let's see what our boyos got here. Do advanced dice roller. Okay. Roll off. Damn!
Bars.
Nice.
That's the second time we've done it this session.
That is good. Add another success to both those skills.
That's how good my bread is.
100%. You like.
He's like drunk off the bread.
Too much yeast. Too much yeast.
Yeah, he is probably also actually too. Most of his crew. They are getting ready to set off, and they are therefore having their traditional, like. So this is the thing I didn't realize pirates did until a couple weeks ago. Apparently, a lot of pirates, there's actually a type of meal they have before they go out to sea, because they can't guarantee how long their stores will last. So they will go out, spend a not insignificant amount of their most recent take, and just absolutely feast the hell out.
Nice.
Like, straight up a night of debauchery and epic food.
Pirates were exceptionally bad with their money. That's one of the reasons why they were stuck in the life of piracy, because they just kept spending it all. Because they were like, I might die.
Yeah. And in fairness, yeah, like, practically speaking, it's a morale thing, too. You're encouraging people to go and freelance lives away. They don't feast like this before they go spend 3 months out at sea, eating nothing but hardtack and salt pork if they're lucky. Yeah.
Hey, there's weevils in there.
You know, it's a good protein source, but still kind of gross. Hardtack.
Why you eat it below deck?
Gives you a unique texture. When's the last time you ate something that moved?
Yeah, apparently when you boil it all together, it makes a good. Anyway, weird things I learned, like medieval cooking series.
Yeah.
So
Mad Miller.
he does let slip that he's known Cedric. He and Cedric were, in fact, in a patrol during the Regim War. And in fact, it's how he's ended up in charge of the Invicta. You kind of knew this, he's mentioned this before, that him and Cedric would go way back, and it's because of Cedric he's where he is now. What he mentions is that Cedric went by a name during the Regim War, which is apparently Cedric of Many Cloaks. It doesn't really lead to much more until you really think about it and you realize that Cedric already has a cloak. He's wearing his own sky blue. But Gwendolyn and Saxon didn't touch that cloak when it came back. Only Cedric did. So Cedric is the keeper of that thing, most likely. And from what it sounds like, he's keeping more than one. You don't know what, what that entails. What the purpose of this is, but clearly he's doing this, and he's clearly doing this at the behest of Gwendolyn, or at very least with her tacit approval. So, and from what you can tell, he seems like he's particularly he thinks that whatever Cedric's doing with it, he knows what he's doing. At least he's being careful. So, it's not like he's handling flebtonium and doesn't know what he's doing.
I don't even know what that is.
Flebtonium, an engineering term for literally anything you need to exist that doesn't exist. So, also unobtainium, same thing. Yeah. So, with that, I think we're going to end our session. I'm going to hand out because you all earned them. So,
Is there a
First,
scary Scotsman award?
there is. It's the embodiment award because you are 100% the embodiment of session. I think it's very safe to say. Everyone in agreement that Red, in fact, acted his heart out, and it was awesome.
Definitely.
Hell yeah.
I would
All right.
not want to go up against Giles.
That's why
I
I
would-
fight in real life too. Just quote Bible verses, even though
Hey, if anyone's ever messing with you, like on the street or something, just start yelling in that accent all the crazy stuff at them, and they'll probably back away.
they'll probably think I'm like high on something. I'm like tweaked out on bath salts or something.
So, Red, I'm going to say that, and also I need to look at your belief too, to see if you've acted on your belief, because I think you have.
Well, yeah, he's like, I'm itching for a fight, and he's like, I'm gonna go fucking fight, and he did that.
Yeah.
Rather
Like,
that's his instinct.
beating them up.
His belief is
100%.
those who speak the most often have the least to say, and he spoke a lot and had a lot to say. To be quite fair.
It's true, but you also like literally blew past a number of people today, and I think that very much qualifies your belief of like, yeah, you just sort of cut through the red tape here today, and you also embodied your character. So, for acting on your belief, you get a fate point.
Yes.
The embodiment, you also gain yourself a persona point, and for your goal, you also because you did accomplish your goal, you gain yourself another persona point.
Yes.
So it's 2 persona, 1 fate total. Next up, I think we can very safely say that I want to say, like, most valuable player, I'm actually going to give this to Dukan. And that's because your role to identify that thing, man, my dude, you actually moved the plot forward significantly. So this is an MVP from me, because you got a glimpse of something dark and cool that's going to come in the future.
I got scared.
So, yeah. But also, you had a lot of really fun, and you also accomplished your goal. That's 2 persona points. That's 1 for MVP, 1 for accomplishing your... And your particular belief, as I recall, nothing is more fearsome than I.
A cloak is more fearsome than I, so apparently not.
Well, that's the thing. You played against a belief. So that is the thing. It goes both ways. Your character's used to being the scariest thing in the room. You encountered something that wasn't scary, that made you not the scariest thing in the room, and you had to confront that. So as a result, you got another persona point. So, yeah, not a fate point, but you get more personas. That's useful. And then finally, I think we can very safely hand the workhorse achievement to you, Natalie. You kicked a lot of butt, made a lot of key rolls. You were instrumental in wrapping that fight up safely.
Yeah.
And on top of that, your quick thinking and tactical mind kept them from just running out the back door, because that was kind of the original plan that I was going to have. Was them just be like, oh, there's another door out the back. And then just lead you guys in a merry chase through the whole city.
I was like, watch us walk in, and they're like already hanging out by the back door, and they're just like, oh shit, and run off.
They weren't that close. They would have had to run through the warehouse. Yeah, no. Basically, it just was one step removed from that. They were gonna just like blitz through the city, and you guys are gonna be basically engaged chase scene. You really did like streamline that session. So for that, you also accomplished your goal by impressing Preston, and your belief as well. If I can ever access these sheets.
Literally shared bread, because my belief is bread tastes better shared than eaten alone.
Exactly. So you gain, since you acted on your belief, you get 1 fate point. You have 2 persona points, 1 for your goal and 1 for MVP. And so, that's our session for the day, folks. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Mouse Guard the Frontier. Derek, I bequeath your channel back to you.
Oh, thanks, buddy. Well, thank you for running it, man. This was a blast. This was so many laughs, and it was a great time, man. Thank you. Much love. Had a great time, as always.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I love running this game for you guys, and I love running a low fantasy setting. It can be a real fun adventure. It doesn't always have to be Game of Thrones levels of depression. I think that high adventure can be a fun thing to run. Mouse Guard's super good for it.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I love this. There's something that really warms my cold, undead heart. Playing a weasel who's simultaneously cute as a button and also just a vicious murder machine. I love it. So, thank you guys in chat for being here. We sure do appreciate it. Let's do our shout outs. Natalie, you want to start us off?
Oh, yeah, it's me, Natalie. You can catch me here every other Wednesday playing Mouse Guard. Saturdays, on alternating Saturdays, Covet Syndicates and Lancer, as well as starting August 6th, I believe, every other Saturday before Covet or Lancer, we'll be playing Booty.
Booty!
Nice.
Booty.
Don't recall the start date, but we'll also be playing Call of Cthulhu soon. So, have a full schedule.
Let Red talk more about that one.
Yes. Otherwise, find me on Twitter at LetZozoBeans, where I post art and memes. And that's it.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you, baby. Love you. Much appreciated, as always. Red, what's up, dude?
Hello, it is I, Red, the phlegm one. Also the one of the 3 primary colors. Hello, I play Giles. I play a Scotsman, despite the fact that I am clearly Irish in real life. Anyway, I am a writer. I am a creative in the TTRPG community. I do many a thing. And as was mentioned, a Call of Cthulhu game is coming up. That'll be out 2 weeks from now. That'll be out on the 4th at 7 p.m. CST. And that will be alternating with our Cyberpunk Red games, which the next one is going to be on the 28th, 2 p.m. CST, as it always has been. There's been a lot of interesting stuff going on, and the VODs are definitely up if you wanted to check those out. And if you can't find them on Twitch, you can find them on my YouTube, where I just pretty much use my YouTube as a like a reserve for all my VODs and stuff like that. A little place for it. Brain nowhere, can't think of a word. But yeah, I love playing this game. I love playing a wild Scotsman mouse that likes screaming at people. And yeah, I'm glad I don't live in an apartment. Otherwise, I would have the cops called on me.
I was thinking this would be really cool.
Yeah. No, they're far away. They're far away in the house. They can't hear me.
That's so awesome. I'm looking forward to that arrangement myself very soon. I'll be able to stream in a shed, not even connected to a building. So yeah, I can get really full.
Nice.
Yeah, you can just scream as loud as you want.
Oh yeah, and Red, I gotta say, I love Giles. And also, I'm just gonna take a quick moment to point out something really cool. Red, for his character, did something that you can do in this setting. Normally, this whole setting is built so you explore the mouse territories, and that whole bespoke map is literally just the territories. So you guys can explore all this. I'm taking them out of this setting to somewhere beyond the wilds. One of the things you can do is make your own settlement. They have rules for that in here. Red is the only person who's done this so far in my 2 campaigns of Mouse Guard, one off stream, one on stream. He has knocked it the hell out of the park. Wolfram is such a cool settlement, and I will 100% release its rules to the public, Red, if you're okay with that.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'll definitely give you a list of all the saints that I've came up with.
Oh yeah, it is. Red has made an awesome, an incredibly awesome culture, and I'm so super excited to explore more of it with time. So thank you, Red. You definitely breathed a lot of life into this game.
Oh, of course, thank you, man.
All right.
Omni, where can people find you? What are you up to, bud?
Hey, Chief. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm the Last Dom Detector, your favorite robot American, and you guys can catch me on my Twitch stream. I'll be live tomorrow morning, 10:30 a.m. EST. I'll be doing the Breakfast Club, where I gather my usual breakfast, a cup of orange juice, and whatever pastries I have. I think probably croissants tomorrow. And we chat, hang out, eat breakfast, brunch, or dinner, whatever is appropriate at that time slot for you guys, 10:30 a.m. EST. And we play video games and talk about projects and world building and just casually chat. It's a nice hangout space for the TTRPG community to come and just talk about anything, whether it be TTRPG or anything the hell else.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, just a chill out spot. There's a chill out space. Please feel free to stop in. Also, Saturdays, I do my more directly TTRPG world building on the Stellar same time slot, 10:30 a.m. EST. and you guys can catch me working on my Legacy Telling the World Tomorrow setting and rules system. I'm currently actively working on the rules packet I'll be using for the campaign I'll be running on this channel at some point in the future after I get myself settled in. So tune in for some cool sci-fi world building and occasionally mouse guard world building on there too. Other than that, I'm an illustrator, I'm a writer, I'm going to be opening my commissions in August, so if you liked the art that has been on display this campaign, that's me for the most part. So I'm willing to do fantasy, sci-fi, I'm even willing to do environmental art if you're interested in seeing some settings or settlements. So
that's amazing.
Keep me in mind, folks, and that's gonna be me, Chief. And of course, you can find me here on this channel and on Red's channel, because those two are awesome, and I'm playing these games.
Awesome. Well, Omni, Red, thank you both for being here. Omni, thank you for running it. Red, thank you for making me laugh the whole session. It was a lot of fun. But yeah, thank you guys in chat for being here. We're going to be raiding into Ocarina Sheaf. We love Sheaf. He's great, and that's what we're gonna end the night with. So make some noise when we get in there. Spread the love. No stream on Friday. On Saturday, we are getting back into the darkness. We are going to Covet Syndicate. It's going to be a lot of fun. Their dragon egg was stolen, and they're going to have to try and get that back. So that's going to be cool. And that's pretty much the only stream this weekend. Yeah, got a session 0 on Sunday, but that's off stream. I don't know if Curse of Strahd is going to be on Monday because contractors just suck, and my boy's house still hasn't gotten put back together, so big fuck with contractors. No stream next Tuesday. On Wednesday, we have Dark Heresy at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. We are going to blow up a fucking church with a melt-a-bomb. It's going to be sick. And then a full weekend after that. Lancer, Blood War. No Blood War this weekend, unfortunately. Mash is out of town, so Blood War next weekend, and then Booty the weekend after that. Good night, everybody. I love you. I will see you soon. Bye.
Cheers, folks.